Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed, Mistreated and Becomes DmC, Devil May Cry movie. Before we start, please go support Draco24 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei is mistreated and used as a servant until one day everything goes to shit when he discovers something that will break his heart and awaken something dormant in him. Prologue. It's over. Narrated by Issei POV. Since I entered the supernatural, my life changed from good to bad. My brothers had sacred gear, but I had nothing. Rias Gremory, just saying that name made me sick. She just used me as her so-called faithful servant. Then the raiding game happened where they all lost, where I was forced to give my heart and my arms so that they would gain more power, but I did not have a dragon to control this power. My body began to transform. First, my body became stronger and more resilient. My height increased. I went from being a dwarf from 1.57 to 2.30. My teeth became like blades. My arm changed shape from a human arm to a dragon arm. But thanks to the help of Akino-senpai, I managed to reduce this power to a little, and with an illusion spell I managed to temporarily hide my arm, which I had to bandage my entire arm. But the cherry on the cake was something worse. But everything went to shit when I met Lucy Gremory. I thought she was like everyone else, but no, she was different. At first we got to know each other little by little until after about 6 months we became a couple. I thought everything would be different, but I was wrong because not everything is rosy. End of the story. I narrate. An Issei could be seen lying on the floor and screaming while holding his arm. Issei, arg, every day that passes the power continues to increase. Arg, if I don't find something to catalyze this, I won't be able to control it anymore. Getting up with difficulty and opening his drawer and taking a rune and putting it on his arm calmed the pain. Sooner or later I will run out of these stamps. But when he is about to continue doing his things, his phone would ring. Issei, unknown number. Hello, who is speaking? You are Issei Hayadu. Issei, yes, who is speaking? Could you come to the park? You have to see something, but quickly? Cutting the call. Issei, that's weird, but I have nothing to lose by going to see what's there. Taking a jacket and an umbrella because the forecast says it will rain. After walking for several minutes, I would arrive at the somewhat empty park. But a feeling told him to get out of there, but he didn't pay attention and went in. After walking for a few minutes, he didn't find anything and was about to leave until he managed to see his girlfriend in the distance and decided to hide and scare her. When she is about to come out to scare me, I see how she jumped and hugged someone who just by looking at him got very angry. And that person was none other than his younger brother Ryu. But when he is about to leave and separate them, he would hear something that would break his heart. Lucy, Ryukun hugging him tightly and giving him a kiss. Ryu, hello my beautiful flower, returning the kiss. Lucy, how long will I have to keep pretending that I like your brother? I miss you already. Ryu, patience my beautiful flower, the school dance will soon arrive and there you will humiliate him in front of everyone. Lucy, and when this is over you will give me my reward, in a flirtatious voice. Ryu, of course, holding her by the waist. But what they didn't know was that it was all heard by an Issei who was shedding tears. Issei, why sniff, I thought you were different. All those beautiful moments all this time were just part of your game. Now I understand everything. You suddenly arrive in my life, getting up, all those favors that you gave me. Several seals on your chest and arm begin to break. All this time I was just a game for you. And so if the world could hear it, it began to rain, but this rain felt an enormous sadness. Everyone just felt that breeze and didn't feel cold, but sadness. Issei, I will not let myself be trampled or used anymore. While 2 pawn pieces came out of his chest which turned to dust when they fell. To start walking, and upon reaching the entrance of the park, he would take something from his neck, this being a necklace with the initial L, and he would tear it off his neck and throw it on the ground. Issei, from this day on, Issei Hayadu will no longer be trampled on. I won't let anyone else underestimate me. Love is for the weak. I won't let myself be fooled anymore. Because at this very moment I stopped being a Hayabu. And from now on I will call myself Issei Spartan. Chapter 2. Making Respect. It was a new day in Kwa, and in a house you could see a chestnut tree getting out of bed to stretch a little and start to go out to take a bath, but then he would hear someone calling him. Rias, Issei, go and prepare me breakfast now. Just hearing her voice made him want to kill her right there, but he held back. And with you it would be like that, he said. Issei, President, can you do me favors? Rias, yes, but I have to do it quickly. I'm dying of hunger. Issei, could you do me a favor and go to hell for a bit? Rias felt offended just hearing that, and stood in front of Issei, and with her outstretched hand tried to slap him. Issei instinctively grabs the redhead by the wrist, and without a shred of mercy slaps her back, sending her to the floor. Rias, feeling the blow to her face, would grab her cheek. Issei just approached, and crouching down a little he would say, "The next time you try to hit me I won't be so merciful, you stupid thing." But he received no response, and with force he breaks the wall with a blow, terrifying the Gremry even more. I said I understood. You laugh with a trembling voice. Yes, I Issei san on the floor crying. Issei, already a little satisfied, would leave the place and go to the bathroom. Before closing the bathroom door he looked at her to completely close the door. 10 minutes later I would come out of the bathroom seeing that she was still lying there. I don't pay attention to it, and walk past it towards my room. Issei, today will be a day full of trouble. But I will not let myself be trampled by insects, because today they will be my prey and I will be the hunter. In that case he would take some black pants, some combat boots, a white sleeveless shirt, and a jacket that he had bought a few days ago. Issei, after hours and hours of work I finally finished this prototype rune that will be able to seal my essence, and they will not be able to feel my power. Putting on the necklace and then taking his backpack and putting it on his back, he would carefully open the door to his room and close it to start walking, and when he went down he would go to the door to leave, but he would hear a voice that always bothered him, and it was none other than his older sister Izari. Izari, where do you think you're going, loser? Issei, don't you see, I'm going to the academy? Izari, that doesn't interest me now, come on, Mom made breakfast. Issei, I already had breakfast, so bye. Izari, oh no, you're not going anywhere by holding your clothes. Serious mistake. Issei in a quick movement would break free from the grip and with a serious voice. Issei, you touch me again and I swear I'll kill you right here, did you hear me? Izari didn't know why, but he felt a strong chill, so he leaned back a little. Issei, well, now excuse me, I have to go, opening the door, and with a strong slam the door closes, breaking the glass in the process. Everyone upon hearing the loud bang of the main door heads to see an Izari on the floor shaking and crying. Mickey, daughter, what happened here? Izari. He didn't respond, he just stammered his brother's name. Goru would come over to help her up and carry her to the table. Meanwhile, you can see an Issei walking normally through the streets. Then he stops, and in the distance he could see the person who played with his heart, and with all the courage he had, passing by her without her noticing. Lucy, where will it be? I should have already come to where you are, Issei. But she didn't know that the person who passed by her was Issei. Only with a small change, and thanks to the necklace she couldn't feel his essence or aura. After walking for a long time I would arrive at the academy. The place where he suffered every day because of his brothers who made false rumors about him. Where no one helped him. Where teachers and the principal turned a blind eye. But this was no longer the fearful and crying Issei. This was a new Issei, colder, more serious and calculating. Note, and very hexy. I say, well, another day in this shitty academy where everyone is blind and stupid and believes anything lies without seeing the truth. To start walking and receive several glances. Some of hate and others with a blush. Boy 1, what is that bastard still doing here? Boy 2, why hasn't he been expelled? Girl 1, that's not the perverted beast over there. Girl 2, yes, but it looks different more. Aika, more handsome, hexy and looking with his certain skill. A little blushed by what she saw. Very big was saliva coming out of his mouth. The other girls just heard that, and a strong blush formed on their faces. After walking for a while, he arrives at his living room, takes a seat, takes out some headphones and puts his feet on the table and starts listening to music. Several students arrive and manage to see a dark-haired chestnut with their feet on the table and listen to music. After everyone sits in their respective places, the teacher arrives and without paying attention to Issei begins to call the list. Teacher, Issei Hayadu. Issei, present and correcting your question, I am no longer Issei Hayadu, now I am Issei Spartan. Teacher, it's okay young man, Hyo said Spartan. After some long and boring classes, lunchtime arrives where everyone runs away like animals except Issei, who calmly walks to a tree and from his clothes takes out a golden apple and starts eating it. After eating 3 apples, he gets up from where he is and before continuing his way back to class, he crouches down, dodging a wooden sword. Issei, you can tell what you were trying to do with his deep golden eyes, Murayama. Mura, shut up you damn pervert and take your punishment for spying on us. Issei, 1 I'm here eating and 2 approaching the tree, and with a strong blow he makes 3 people fall, these being Motohama, the other I don't know his name, and Ryo, who are with their pants down, and with photos of Kendo changing. Issei, there's your supposed little prince jerking off with photos of you and the perverted duo. All the girls present could not believe it, their greatest prince was actually a pervert, some did not believe her and others just kept their heads down. Mura, Issei-san, I'm sorry. But it didn't end because the mixed chestnut shut her up. Issei, I'm not interested in your pity and neither in all of you, because you can go to hell, I'm getting out of here. But before that he approaches the perverted duo, and without any mercy he stomps hard on their parts. But what no one knew is that Issei used his dragon's strength, and left them both sterile. Issei, okay, now excuse me, I have to go back to class and you can do whatever you want with these idiots, I'm leaving. Starting to leave the place. But what I didn't know is that a certain girl had her heart broken. Murayama in her thoughts. All this time he was innocent and now he hates me. No sniff, I don't want you to go, come back sniff, please don't hate me sniff, I was blind all this time, and now I've lost the love of my childhood. Then he throws himself onto the grass and, dropping his sword, begins to cry for losing his opportunities with him. While with Issei he alone returned to his classes. When classes ended, everyone was leaving, some sad because they already knew who the pervert was and others disappointed for having believed a supposed prince and hurt an innocent person, but some still had or thought that he would forgive them. Note, how wrong you are, he will not forgive you that easily since now you are the prey and the hunter. Issei, stop looking at me with your pitiful faces, you damn imbeciles, giving everyone the middle finger. I'll just tell you one thing, bucking hitches? To withdraw from the place. After leaving there, he angrily heads to the occult club, where when opening the door you could see a beaten Ryo being healed by a blonde who did it with disgust on her face, but when she sees Issei she runs out to hug him. Asia, Issei-san jumping to hug him, but everyone witnessed something incredible. Issei with his jacket in hand, come on bull, come on, dodging poor Asia who hit her forehead against the floor, ole. Then dodging again, but this time it was a white cat who intended to hit him but ended up crashing into the wall, oh. After this funny scene, Issei could be seen sitting on the couch eating golden apples with his feet on the table. Issei, well, why did they call me biting their apple again? Rias, well, I called you to go and finish off a renegade demon who has been causing havoc in some places lately. Issei, okay, I'll go. Rias, wait, Kaneko and Akino will go with you. Issei, no thanks, I prefer to do it alone. I don't need an empty head and a sadist with me. The 2 girls felt offended. Yumi, then I'll go with you, Issei-kun. Issei, no. Yumi, please make sad puppy eyes. Issei, that won't work on me, goodbye, walking out the door. Yumi thoughts. You will be mine, Issei-kun, only mine, with a Yandere look that no one could see. Note, here Kiba will be a woman, and she was always in love with Issei, but she never had the courage to tell him. Issei could be seen walking when he felt a small chill run through his body. Issei, I don't know why, but I want to go home and put a lock and protection spells on my room. After walking for several minutes he arrived at an abandoned warehouse, but out of nowhere the sky turned purple. Issei, someone put me in a pocket dimension. He then jumps to the side, dodging a car that was thrown by a large being and had a kind of column of a piece on his shoulder. Issei, so you are the demon that I have to kill if you want big and ugly. Demon G, ha ha ha, do you think that you, a dwarf, can fight me? Issei, now I'll really load you, clown. From his clothes he takes out twin pistols. Issei, I introduce you to Ebony and Ebri, and my greatest pride is that they do not use normal bullets since they are enhanced with my power. DG, and do you plan to kill me with that? Human weapons don't hurt me. But you will feel a strong pain in your abdomen as if blood was coming out of it. Issei, you said let's see if a demon can bleed more by moving quickly and shooting non-stop. 10 minutes later you could see the demon made of cheddar cheese since it had more holes than the cheese itself. Issei, wow, it seems that they can bleed a lot seeing how the dimension disappeared and seeing how the demon disappeared in particles of light. Issei, Spartan 1, Demon 0. To get close to what was left of the DG and take his big mallet as a trophy. Issei, this material will serve me very well by storing the deck in a portable dimension. Good grip on the demon's skull. This is more than enough for that redhead to know that she already defeated him. Starting to walk with skull in hand. Chapter 3 1 of 4. Buck the Vatican. A calm Issei could be seen walking in the dark streets of Quo with a large skull on his shoulders while listening to music and singing. Issei. I'll endure the exile. The darkness of night falls around my soul. And the hunter within loses control. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. This demon inside has a hold of me. Clenching its power, trying to break free. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me. Pulling shots, I mean dots, yeah, I don't miss. Branded by fire, born in the abyss. Red hot temper, I just can't resist. All this vengeance inside me. All of these thoughts running through my head. Arm on fire, veins burning red. Frustration is getting bigger. Bang, 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 pull my devil trigger. Embrace the darkness that's within me. No hiding in the shadows anymore. When this wickedness consumes me, nothing can save you and there's no way out. I'm a wildfire you won't tame. Igniting my temper, can't put out my flame. There's no way to contain this storm swelling inside me. I'm a bomb you can't defuse. Might just accept you're gonna lose. Can't turn down, I refuse to hold back anymore. All of these voices inside my head, blinding my sight in a red curtain. Frustration is getting bigger. Bang, 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 pull my devil trigger. When the night ends, it's not over. We fight through to get closer. Like a silver bullet piercing through. I throw myself into you. Note. It took me some work, but I can only write up to this point. 20 minutes later he arrives back at the club and kicks open the door, scaring the people, presenting a little boy, who were talking to two women, one with orange hair and the other with blue hair and a green lock of hair. Issei, well Gremory, I've already finished off the demon, and who are they, pointing at the two women? Izari, brother, you don't remember Irina. Issei, Irina no, I don't know who she is. Irina, Issei-kun is you to try to hug him but ends up on the floor courtesy of an Issei already somewhat tired of all this. Issei, well, as I said, I'm done with the demon. Here's his skull as evidence. Throwing the skull on the table, which could not bear the weight of it, and ended up breaking. Rias, but how the hell did you defeat him if, according to the reports my sister sent me, that thing is at the level of an elite class? Issei, well, all that was thanks to this. Taking out two twin pistols. Rio, ha ha ha, that piece of crap defeated that demon, how stupid. But it didn't end when he felt a small pain in his cheek, so he touched his face and saw that blood was coming out, and then turned his head towards his older brother. Issei, you say a stupid word again and the next one will be in your skull. You heard me in a deep voice. Everyone present felt a strong chill except for a black-haired girl and a blonde-haired girl. Issei, okay, now excuse me, I'll go home, have a good night. They're about to leave the club only to duck, dodging a large sword. Gosh, stupid, what part of I don't give a shit didn't you understand? Zenobia, you're not going anywhere, demon, you're too dangerous, so in the name of God I'll punish you. But she couldn't finish her sentence as she was sent flying by a punch courtesy of Issei. Issei, you really have a hard head shaking your hand. To start walking towards her, and with his foot he steps on her head. Listen to me very well, stupid, try to do that again and next time I will kill you with your own sword and when I see you on the floor dying of pain I will take your sword as a trophy, let it be clear. Not receiving response. She then lifts her foot, and when Zenobia is about to attack again she is hit again and controls the floor only with more force, spitting out some saliva and blood. Issei, I said it was clear. Zenobia, yes, Issei-san starting to cry. After removing his foot he walks back towards the door being seen by everyone but before leaving he looks at Irina and says, Issei, I already remembered you and believe me I will never forgive you for what you did when we were children ever. Issei, abruptly opening the door and loudly pointing at Irina. Buck you? To slam the door shut. Irina, Issei, what did you become? This is all my fault and all for believing in your brother's words. Looking at Rio with hatred, damn it if it weren't for you Issei and I would be happy. To move to where his partner is and with some effort he takes her. Rius, okay, everyone can go, that's all for today. Meanwhile, an Issei could be seen walking in another direction, this being the forest where after walking for a while he reaches a small cabin. Issei, home sweet home entering it. Well to work, opening the basement door while a large blacksmith shop. Issei, well, let's see what material this pillar is made of, taking out the big pillar. Wow, who would have thought this thing is made of dragon scales, Damascus steel, Nordic steel, scap slag and a lot of gold. Well, let's put on some music for the atmosphere. Then he takes a large hammer and forcefully breaks the pillar little by little, then takes each piece and stores it inside an urn. Issei, well now what do I do with this looking around until he comes up with an idea then he takes something metal and walks to the lead pot and pours the contents into it. Issei, I asked if this would work. He then takes a lot of air and a flame is generated inside his mouth. Dragon's breath. Shooting a big flare. Instantly melting metals. Turning them into liquid which is taken with. To clamp the container, and in several molds pour a little of them and before. To harden, take a knife and cuts the palm of his hand spilling their blood on the metal ingots, which shine a little and when hardened, they completely turn into one color. Dark silver. At that very moment he had created a new stronger material. February 4th. An Issei can be seen looking at the ingots he had made with the pieces of the pillar, and a bit of its blood. Issei, okay, now what do I do? Thinking, until something comes to mind. I already have one of the ingots taken with a pair of tongs and put it on the coals of the forge, heating the metal until it is red hot, then taking it to an anvil and using a hammer, starting to hammer the metal. Clank. Hit with force. Clank. Remember how he discovered his girlfriend cheating on him with his brother. Clank. Remember how he was despised by his own parents. Clank. By his brothers and deceived by his supposed childhood friends. Issei, ARRGGGHH. After having unleashed all his anger on the anvil, he takes the blade of his new weapon and puts it inside a tank of sacred water, then takes it out and contemplates his work. Now let's make the handle of the sword. After finishing designing the handle, he will integrate it into his sword and with his dragon breath he joins it with the blade to take the blade with both hands and on a stone sharpener begin to file the edge. After filing for a while he admires his new weapon. Issei, okay now I just have to put some seals and a few magic runes on you. Time skip 3 a.m. in the morning. You can see a forest without trees and in the middle a young Issei cutting the trees around him with his new weapon and training a little with it. Issei, very well, the gravity and weight seals that I put on my body are bearing fruit. The same with rebellion, thanks to the seals that I put on it. Only I will be able to wield this sword, and whoever tries to take it will be burned by it. Without a doubt I managed to do a great job. Well, now to try that double jump, to jump once, and in the air a magic circle appears to jump higher. Well, this skill I'll call it air hike and the other royal guard. But I still haven't mastered Quicksilver 100%, I only master it up to 80%, but if I manage to train more I will master it. After a few more movements, he retreats until he reaches a lake where he gets in to take a nice cold bath. Issei. Oh, this is refreshing, looking at his well-formed body and the scales on his chest, abdomen and arms/legs. Just a little more and I'll be a 100% dragon. After that bath, he returns to the cabin where a balanced breakfast is prepared. After eating his entire breakfast, he looks at the time on his cell phone and sees that there is still 1 hour left before classes start, so he walks slowly towards the academy. Along the way he received glances of all kinds, some with envy and others with desire, but when he turned left he met the person he least wanted to see. Issei, Lucy. Gremory said it with contained anger. Lucy, Issei-kun, where are you? I didn't see you leave your house. Issei, I decided to leave early, holding back the urge to take out rebellion and make mincemeat of it, but I didn't do it because there were people around her. Lucy, then I can accompany you. Trying to take his arm. Issei, no thanks, I have things to do for now, see you. Running out of there. Lucy, wait, Issei-kun, you can't leave me here alone, I'm your girlfriend and you have to accompany me. Issei just ran while being chased by his supposed girlfriend. Issei, shit, I have to lose her, but come on, Issei thinks. An idea comes to his mind and he enters an alley and reaches the wall, and using his new ability air hike he jumps to get to the other side and starts running and disappears from the place. Lucy, I enter this alley, there is no escape now. I would go to the alley and find nothing. But what the hell, I have disappeared, how is that possible? But in the distance you can see a blonde girl looking at this with lifeless eyes and a crazy smile. Yumi, you better be happy, damn hitch. Issei is mine and I won't let you hurt him since I'll be the only one in his heart. She said it with a big blush, and as she left she started to laugh, scaring people. All the men just walked away and the women felt very scared. Lucy, what was that laugh? Feeling a big chill and starting to tremble with fear. Meanwhile, an Issei is seen arriving at the entrance of the academy to stop suddenly, and look back, not seeing anyone, only to turn his head. Yumi. Hello, Issei-senpai. Issei. Note, what a manly shout, right? Ha 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 ha. Issei, sorry, I mean all. Yumi holding back laughter. Issei, somewhat embarrassed, asks, what do you want, Yoro-san? Yumi, I just want to say good morning, senpai. Issei, well thanks, Yoro-san, now excuse me, I have to go to my class, bye. Yumi just watched as he entered, and before he left she took him by the shoulder, and with some force she turned him around and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips to release him and say, thank you very much for the good morning kiss, senpai, see you later. Issei just stood there with a face of what the hell is going on here, and touched where he was kissed only to jump up and enter the academy. After classes, which were a little annoying for Issei since everyone looked at him with sadness and others just looked away out of embarrassment. Ring ring, the bell rang for recess time. Everyone started to leave with some sadness while our protagonist came out listening to music and singing in another language. Hello there. Amadana-mi sun svegliato. Oh beautiful ciao, beautiful ciao, beautiful ciao, ciao, ciao. Amadana-mi sun svegliato. And I found the invader. Oh partigiano, portami via. Oh beautiful ciao, beautiful ciao, beautiful ciao, ciao, ciao. O partigiano, portami via. Che my sentence of death. And I know my muoio de partigiano. O beautiful ciao, beautiful ciao, beautiful ciao, ciao, ciao. I know my muoio de partigiano. You my devi sepeller. And last night in the mountains. O beautiful ciao, beautiful ciao, beautiful ciao, ciao, ciao. And sepeller lasso in mountains. Under the shadow of a beautiful flower. All the people who Pasadorano. Oh beautiful Chow, beautiful Chow, beautiful Chow, Chow, Chow. All the people who Pasadorano. My say, che Belfiore. E questi il fiori del partigiano. Oh beautiful Chow, beautiful Chow, beautiful Chow, Chow, Chow. E questi il fiori del partigiano. Death for freedom. E questi il fiori del partigiano. Death for freedom. To then stop because he was seen by everyone, some with jealousy for how well he sings and others for how beautifully he sang, but that didn't matter to him. Issei, stop looking at me like that, you idiots, going to the cafeteria leaving your classmates there with their heads down. Meanwhile in the occult club in a room you can see a beautiful blonde sewing a doll in the shape of Issei. Yumi, ah my Issei make me yours I don't stop she said while pleasing herself and using the doll. Someday I'll have you here in this bed and I won't let you go. You will fill me every night, and we will have many children. Maybe, just maybe I'll let you have a harem. Yumi, yes my Issei kaya coming and with his hand licking his juices. We better leave this crazy woman and get back to the main character. He can be seen sitting near a tree and in his hand he had a half-golden apple. Issei, if it weren't for the dragonification he would already be eating a good ramen. But just as he was about to take another dodge a blow came from his little brother. Rio, damn it because of you my reputation is on the floor throwing another punch. Issei, my fault, rather yours for jerking off with the photos your perverted friends gave you dodging another blow, and doing a backflip like that. Rio, stop moving damn it and let me hit you. Issei, okay, come I'll let you hit me first. Rio, take this damn it. Throwing several punches at Issei's torso but it did nothing to him. Because you're not screaming. Issei, easy taking his little brother's face with his hand, you hit like a girl and something else squeezing his face hard. I am a dragon throwing Rio to a wall leaving him embedded there, and with blood coming out of his head from the impact. Then he approaches her and whispers in her ear. Issei whispering, never forget it, I will always be superior to you in everything and you will always be under my feet, stupid. To touch his forehead with your fingers and enter his mind. So this is his mind and that deep down he sees a red light and decides to go to it to find something he didn't like. Rio, stupid dragon give me more power. Drake, silence I will not give you any more of my power you are not worthy you are just a dirty pervert now let me go right now. Rio, shut up summoning another chain and shutting his mouth. Issei just seeing that he pissed him off to the limit how dare he do this to his own partner this is not going to stay like this. Rio, now yes lizard, if you won't give me your power I will take it by force but he didn't finish after receiving a strong blow to the head that left him unconscious. Issei, silence imbecile and now taking out his guns he would start shooting at all the chains releasing the dragon. Drake, thanks but I have a question. Issei, tell me while he ties up his little brother. Drake, how did you get in here? Issei, I used a spell that I read in a book to be able to enter the minds of others. Drake, I understand and thank you for helping me. Issei, you're welcome, taking his little brother and putting him inside a cage with several seals, ready now he won't be able to enter here anymore. Hey Drag right. Drake, yes, I am Drake Gotch the Red Celestial Dragon Emperor. Issei, can you do me please? Drake, what kind of please? Issei, could you stop pretending to be a male? I already know you're a female since your hormones give you away. Sarah, but as if I hid my essence, you are a dragon also made of my power and that of Tiamat. Issei, that's how it is, practically now I am the son of both of you, I am Issei Spartan. But then a strong red light appeared and where there was a dragon before there was a beautiful woman with a big body. To run out and give a motherly hug to her now son. Sarah, you don't know how happy it makes me to finally have a son burying Issei in her huge breasts. Issei, Sarah, oh sorry my little one jumping it. Issei, I almost left with St. Peter. Sarah, sorry but I always wanted to have a child but I never found the right man. Issei, I understand then having your power now I am your son right? Sarah, yes, but now that I notice it, my power has almost completely merged with you, but you need something to stabilize it. Issei, yes, for the moment I only have this sign on my back that keeps my power at bay. But well, it was nice to meet you, Mom, but I have to go, I'm starting to disappear. Sarah, no wait, don't go, take me with you. I don't want to be here alone, starting to cry. Issei, hold on a little longer, I'll try to make a seal or transfer spell so I can become your bearer, and one day free you from your sacred gear. For now, wait. Sarah, okay, I'll wait for my Sochi to completely disappear from Rio's mind, but in that Rio's mind began to change from a gloomy place to a beautiful one and a big house with a note on the door. At that, Sarah takes the note and reads it. Issei's note. I decided to change the place so that Mom is more comfortable with love. Issei Gotch Spartan. Sarah, thank you, my Sochi. Back to the real world. Issei, one day I will free you from this imbecile, just hold on a little longer. To leave the place and return to the classroom. At the end of classes he decides to go home, but just as he is about to leave he is detained again. Issei, but what the hell do you want? But when he turned around he would see a Lucy with tearful eyes. Lucy, could you explain to me what this is by showing a photo of him being kissed by Yumi? Issei, and what do you care about that? Lucy, how do I care? I'm your girlfriend? Issei, no longer able to bear it, releases all his fury. Shut up, don't lie anymore. I know very well that you're sneak out with Ryo's trash, so why don't you go suck his hick and leave me alone? Both Lucy and those present were shocked by what he said. Lucy, how did you know that? Issei, do you think I'm stupid or an idiot? The day I invited you to our date, I couldn't find you anywhere, and when I was about to leave, I saw you arriving and I had the idea to scare you, but when I was about to act, I saw how you threw yourself into my brother's arms and kissed him. At that point I started crying. Tell me what I did wrong, maybe I didn't do things right, maybe I failed at something, tell me. But Lucy didn't answer. Issei, tell me. But still no response. Issei, your silence is more than enough. From now on I am no longer your girlfriend, and looks taking out of his coat a beautiful gold ring with a ruby in the center. I was planning to give this to you as a wedding gift, but you lost it by yourself, starting to squeeze the ring tightly. Lucy still crying, no wait Issei-kun, don't do it. But it was too late for that. Issei, you don't deserve anything from me. Squeezing the ring even until harder a crack was heard. Everyone could see how in slow motion the fragments of the ring began to fall to the floor, and also how a heart broke. Lucy at that moment broke. All the beautiful moments she spent with him were broken, and all because of her. Lucy, no, and falling to the floor only to try to reach the ruby of the ring with her hand, but before she could reach it Issei completely destroys it with a strong stomp. Issei, goodbye forever. Lucy Gremory, it was a pleasure being by your side, but goodbye. Leaving the place. Lucy P, please don't leave me. Issei, don't leave me trying to reach him just to see him go away, don't leave me and faint from the strong emotions you felt today. On another side, near an alley, you could see a Yumi bathed in blood and in front of her a renegade demon that was missing its legs and arms. Dr. Please leave me alone now. Yumi, I'm sorry but no, killing the demon with a clean cut to the neck and being bathed in blood again. Someday I will be bathed in my Issei's semen. 9 3/4. An Issei can be seen exercising in the park. It had been a week since what happened with his now ex-girlfriend, and now he is exercising to improve his endurance and strength since lately, and he didn't know why his dragon instincts were at their limit. Note, if I knew that he was in a mating state. But he didn't give it any importance and stopped thinking about it and continued training. Time skip 1H. He had already finished training and decided to go have breakfast near a food place when in the distance he could see the 2 church messengers begging for alms. Seeing that, he held back the urge to laugh and with all his willpower he approached them. Issei, but what are you doing here sitting and being? Zenobia, and what do you care about that? Issei, well, I was just asking. There's no need to be aggressive. Irina, sorry to my classmate Issei-kun. Issei, you better not talk, and who gave you the right to call me that? At that point Irina just lowers her head in a sign of sadness. Zenobia, well, I'll tell you everything. It was because of her that you decided to spend our money on this painting. Issei, seeing the painting, only had one thought. That painting is more fake than a Latino leaving America. Issei, and they don't want me to invite them to eat. Zenobia, and if you just go and leave us in paw, but she couldn't finish because her and her friend's stomachs grew, causing them both to blush. Issei, that's a yes, come with me, I'll treat you. For the three of you, enter the food place and find a seat. Then a waitress arrives and asks them what they are going to eat. Issei, I just want a plate with scrambled eggs, bacon, a fruit salad and an apple juice. While the other two ordered almost everything on the menu. After 30 minutes their orders arrive and the two girls eat as if they had never eaten before. Issei, but these two have such a lack of manners, eating their breakfast politely. She had said it in a soft voice but audible to both of them since they were close, and they turned red with embarrassment, and ate more formally. After having breakfast and Issei's wallet being almost emptied, they chatted for a while about trivial things. Issei, so you are looking for the people who stole, according to you, the 4 fragments of the Excalibur sword, and you are the bearers of one of the fragments. Zenobia, you will help us in the same way. Issei, well, I have nothing to do, so I'll help you. Zenobia, well then we'll see you tonight at the plaza. Issei, okay, get up and leave the cafeteria and each go in the opposite direction. Well, I still have some money left. I'd better go to the mall to do some shopping, but what I didn't know is that I was followed by a blonde who hid her presence very well and further behind a redhead. Lucy, today I will get your forgiveness, Issei-kun. Yumi, there is my darling. I wish I could approach him and hold hands, but it is not the time yet. Issei had already arrived at the mall, and first he entered a clothing store and then a place where they do tattoos and finally to the hair salon to get a little haircut since he didn't have anything long. That's how he was dressed, just imagine him with a black polo shirt. More than one woman, whether married, young or mature, ate him up with her eyes. As he is about to leave, the following is heard. Announcer. Come and play a piano song. The song that gets the most votes will get this amazing 1986 motorcycle. Upon that hearing, I decided to participate. Some played well, others very well, and some didn't know anything. Announcer. Issei Spartan. Everyone upon hearing that name could see the semi-sucked-up black-haired man walk forward and sit down. Issei, well, first let's start with something soft and relaxing at the same time. Everyone felt an incredible peace, and some even cried because of the beautiful melody. Announcer. They want to hear another one. Then all the people shouted yes. Announcer. Young man can play another one. Issei, no problem, this is one that I always played when my grandparents still lived, the first with happiness and the last with sadness. Several, if not all, of the people in the mall had a mixture of sadness and joy. Joy because they remembered all those beautiful moments with their parents and grandparents, or loved their ones. And sadness because they will no longer be able to be with them, since there is an old motto. Good things don't last forever. Announcer, and the winning sniff is Sniff Issei Spartan. Issei, okay, thanks, taking the keys and signing some papers. Issei, this is crazy, I asked if. Putting his arm out and sending dragon energy, increasing the engine power and accelerating to a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Issei, yayaha. While being watched by 2 women. Yumi, damn, it disappeared from my range of vision. Lucy, but how well he plays, and those muscles blushing. Time skip night. Issei, Zenobia and Irina can be seen gathered in a square waiting. Issei, and how long do we have to wait? Zenobia, as long as it takes. In that they see a man that Issei instantly recognized. Issei, Fred, what are you doing here? Zenobia, you know him. Issei, getting to know him better, that crazy exorcist almost killed me. They continued watching, and then an old man arrived and they started talking about trivial things. The fight is the same as in the anime until Kokubil arrives. Everything happens like in the anime, only with some changes, this being Issei. Rias, Well, this is the plan. Sona and her entourage will create a barrier around the entire academy, and we will fight against the cadre. Aquino, Rias sent for reinforcements, and also for the Mao. Rias, Aquino doesn't need one Sama's help, together we can defeat him. Aquino, but if we don't make it, she will. At that point they saw that someone was missing. Rias, Hey and Issei. They looked around and didn't see him. Rias, don't tell me it's not true. At that point they heard shots. Issei, now you bastards, I'll fill him with lead while he's surrounded by Cerberus dogs, a crazy Fred and his poorly made Excalibur sword, and a Kokobile sitting on a throne. Issei, okay, let's dance. April 4th. You could see an Issei surrounded by several Cerberus. In front of him is the crazy priest with his new sword, and above on a floating throne a Kokobile with a sadistic face. Kokobile, well, what do we have here? Looking at Issei, who had several scratches and a few small wounds that were slowly closing. A weak and useless demon. Issei, you're wrong, cheap crow. I'm no longer a demon, I'm something more powerful than that, taking off his jacket, which is already all torn by the sword blows and claws of the Cerberus. Okay, let's raise the level by raising his bandaged arm and yelling Buck BCH. So that out of nowhere several seals began to break and a torrent of red energy came out of it, surprising those present, the Gremry group that had just arrived and a person who was above watching everything. But who? Kokobile Balba Fred, demons. Gremry group/church envies, you are. When the power column disappeared, you can see a somewhat more mature Issei with hair that was a different color, going from black to white, and beautiful blue/gold eyes. Not only that changed, he also wore new clothes, being these: black military boots, black jeans, a red shirt, and over it a brown military-style leather jacket along with fingerless tactical combat gloves and a pistol holster under each arm and a somewhat striking sword, but it gave off a strong demonic and dragonic aura. Issei, well, I'm ready to move a little and throw several punches in the air at high speed as well as several kicks. Then he elegantly takes his two pistols, which when touched change shape. More beautiful pistols. Issei, my girls are ready, starting to channel their power and transfer it to the guns, which began to give off a red and light blue aura. Let this party begin, music master. So that out of nowhere music starts playing. Note: play the music above to read the massacre that this crazy son of a hitch will cause. Then he starts running and shooting left and right, or all the dogs where one by one they fell and with a hole in their heads. Kokobile, Fred shows the power of your new toy. Fred, with pleasure, boss. To use the mimic sword skill and increase your dexterity and speed. Irina, be careful. At that point, Crazy Fred is about to stab him in the back with his sword, but then you hear Issei, Royal Guard. Protecting yourself from Fred's sneak attack. But what a lack of chivalry you have, attacking from behind is cowardly. Fred, you're wrong, Demon-kun. This is called strategy. Issei, and perhaps your strategy is to attack me from behind like a vile coward. You disappoint me. To start shooting at Fred, who barely manages to dodge the bullets and others hit him in his shoulders and leg. Issei, you know I'm tired of all this. He then runs towards the last Cerberus, and when he is in front of them he stops and starts dancing and shooting at the same time, causing a drop of sweat to those present due to the stupid way of finishing off his enemies. After finishing his dance, he jumps up and with his last bullet he shoots Balba in the head. Issei, jackpot. Ending the life of the Vatican madman with airs of grandeur. Fred, no damn boss, take this and launch yourself with an Excalibur. At that point the attack is intercepted by Issei's sword, and upon impact with it, everyone's eyes widen as they see how the incomplete Excalibur sword breaks against Issei's sword, which receives no damage whatsoever. Fred, I am impossible, this can't be happening, it must be a damn bro, but he couldn't finish when he received a kick that sent him far away and crashed into a tree, becoming unconscious. Issei, but this idiot talks a lot. Well, now you keep pointing your sword at him, even Kokobile, who just started laughing like crazy. Kokobile, perhaps you think of defeating, but how wrong you are, they were just pawns in my game. Issei, Well, it turns out that your supposed pawns were strong. It was the opposite, or am I wrong? Kokobeel, that's it, you may be right. I already have it. Why don't you join Nami and you can have everything you want, power, women, money, or better yet your own kingdom, and what do you say? Do you accept my proposal? At that, Issei remains silent for a moment and thinks about it. At that, all the Gremry girls thought that he would accept, and that scared them a little since they witnessed his power. Rias, Issei, if you want you can play with my breasts, look they are big. Akino, or with me my cute Kohai. Kaneko, Senior Issei. Asia, Issei-san. Irina, Issei-kun. Issei, could you shut up for once? To look forward again and said, Issei, your offer is very tempting. Kokobeel, great, then come and you can have everything you want, but the next thing I heard made him angry. Issei, but I reject it since I prefer to kill you than accept that. Kokobeel, well, if that's what you want, then you'll have a fight. Rising from his throne and from his hands he began to create several spears of light. Take this, throwing the spears which were destroyed by the bullets of his guns, but not that other spear hit Issei. Issei, if I continue like this, he will defeat me. I have to do something quickly. Look at the pieces of Excalibur on the floor, which once again take the form of swords. At that point a somewhat crazy idea comes to his head, and in one quick movement he puts away his pistols and starts running towards the swords and takes out his own. Issei, I hope this works, and with a loud voice he shouts, Absorption Evolution. At that point everything began to shake inside the barrier, where everyone could see how Issei's sword and the Excalibur swords began to float and spin around his sword. Kokobeel, what are you doing? Issei, just a little experiment. Kokobeel, you know that demonic and sacred power cannot be united. Note, if you wonder why it doesn't say anything about the death of God, it's because she is alive, somewhat weak but alive, and she may be a woman. But she is asleep and is waiting for the kiss of her prince in black armor and white hair and a scar on his left eye and cat ears and tail to be kissed and finally wake up from her eternal sleep and marry him. Note 2, she is still virgin and pure, but not for long, and you will know that later. Out of nowhere everyone is sent flying by a strong shock wave caused by the swords, where Issei, who managed to grab onto the ground, witnessed how his sword broke into fragments, as well as the Excaliburs, and began to join together and form two swords, and a strong burst of power creates a hole in the barrier and is seen by everyone present. When the light dispersed I could see something that left him stunned. Issei, but what the hell is that? In the 4-meter wide, 2-meter deep crater you can see two swords, one demonic and with dragonic touches and another sacred with demonic touches. Issei, seeing the two swords, decides to go down and take them with both hands, but by doing so on both arms, two sword tattoos would begin to form on each shoulder. Issei, well, I'll call you I know Alaster. And to you Edge Force. And as if the swords heard him, they shone in power. At that he looks up at an incredulous Kokobeel with his jaw on the floor. Kokobeel, be you, but how is this possible? It can't be true, it's a lie, it can't be happening. Issei, is it that the word possible does not exist in your twisted mind? While they were talking, let's go back to the others who were looking in disbelief at what they were seeing. Irina, that is impossible, sacred and demonic energy cannot unite, they are opposite poles. Zenobia, those swords emanate great power, but the one with the most power is Issei. Rias, so this is what he was hiding from us all this time. Damn you, sister, because of you and your lust we lost the great man, she said with a blush for the last thing. Akino, Era, I would like to know how strong he is, she said seductively, since she was able to see a large part of Issei's body. Note, if you only knew that soon he will become even more handsome, and with a divine aura, and he will only be surrounded by beautiful and more sensual women than you. Ryu, that useless bastard has more power than me, and because of him I can no longer go in to mistreat this stupid dragon. While inside the glove you can see a happy Drake in cheerleader clothes, who knows where she got it from, cheering on her son. Drake, come on my little baby, defeat that crow so that at night mommy will pamper you yees, being seen by the previous carriers with a drop on her head due to the dragon's attitude. Back with the motherbucker. Issei, okay Kokobeel, Let's finish this quickly because I'm sleepy, he said while yawning. Kokabil, damn worm, I'll kill you and I'll be left with those swords coming out at full speed like that, and Issei who was waiting for him with both swords. Issei only used his quicksilver and combined it with his trickster and began to dodge all of the crow's attacks, and without him noticing, Issei cut him several times all over his body, and when he realized this he moved away from him, which Issei took advantage of and with a quick movement mercilessly cuts off Kokabil's wings, which screams in agony only to fall to the floor where blood began to flow from his body from the wounds. Issei, what's wrong, Crow? You weren't all powerful. He said it in a mocking voice and approached slowly, while Kokabil felt what he never felt again, the fear of dying. Kokabil trembling, don't come closer to me, get away monster. Issei just stops and with a darkened face says, you're right, I'm the same demon, mwahahaha, laughing evilly and scaring Kokabil even more, who just by looking at him saw a huge black and red dragon with a demonic form. Issei, well, I'll end this with both swords raised to the sky and charge a great power which would disintegrate Kokabil, but he stops and says, Issei, you will still be watching the White Show. No one knew what he was referring to, but everyone saw how the barrier broke, revealing a white armor with a dragon design, and he descended to the ground and with his hand hit Kokabil's neck, who fell unconscious. White Dragon, thank you for defeating him. Now excuse me. I'll take this one and the exorcist and leave. Issei, and who said you'll take it, Bict? White, watch your vocabulary, being inferior, releasing a little of his power, trying to intimidate Issei, who kept looking at him with those serious eyes. Issei, you're trying to intimidate me with that, because you're a big brat who is not able to intimidate me by releasing his killer instinct, which was 5 times worse, terrifying the girl inside the armor. Now be a good boy and get out of my sight because you're hindering my objective. White, I won't let you do it, I have orders to take him alive. Issei, okay, take him, but if I see him again, you'll be next. You heard me pointing swords at him. Blanco, understood, she said it would be, but in her mind she is terrified. Then the conversation between the two dragons was the same as in the anime. Rias, Issei. Issei, what's up, redhead? He said it with his back turned while looking carefully at his 2 new swords. Rias, because you hid the fact that you had power. Issei, in fact, I have to thank idiot Ryu for this power. Ryu, and what do I have to do with this? Issei, simple, do you remember the day I was forced to give part of my body so that you two could have power? Because of that, I almost died because the power of both dragons in my body was killing me. If it weren't for Grandpa, who found me on the verge of death and cured me, I wouldn't be here protecting your asses anymore. Everyone now knew why and felt like idiots for not helping her, and sad for not being able to help in her most painful moment. At that point Yumi approaches him and hugs him in a warm embrace which made him hesitate, but when he felt her warm body he reciprocated it. Issei, but how warm, he said it unconsciously and hugged Yumi's body a little more tightly, feeling her breasts, but he didn't care about that. While the aforementioned is happy and a little red since she feels Issei's entire well-worked body, which makes her have a perverted fantasy with a certain albino. Yumi thoughts, my Issei has me yours. He said it while imagining an Issei with his shirt open. After the hug that actually seemed like a couple's hug, he decides to leave the place, but when he is about to leave he is stopped by the church's messengers. Irina, wait, Issei, you have to give us those swords, they are property of the church. Zenobia, thank you for saving us and please return our swords so we can take them back to the Vatican. Issei, I'll just say one thing, like he took out his dragon wings. Buck the Vatican. And he flies out of the place and gets lost in the night. Chapter 4. Unwanted Meeting. A week had already passed since the fight against the Kokabil cadre, and in that time several things had happened, one of them being that the church's envoys told those from the Vatican that the fragments of the Excalibur sword no longer existed but were now in the hands of a dragon. The church people did not like it because it was an insult for a dragon to have something that belongs to the church. Note, yes, as if not. Another thing that also happened was that Issei was bothered all the time by a redhead who asked him question after question, but he just ignored her or threatened to blow her head off if she continued bothering him. She also started a relationship as friends with Yumi, something that made her very happy since with this step they are about to become more than just friends. Yumi's mind. Very soon Issei-kun, you will be mine, and I know that since you are a dragon you will have more than one woman in your life. But that does not matter as long as I am the alpha of your future harem. He said it with a big smile as he entered an alley and disappeared into the shadows. 5 a.m. A white-haired man can be seen lifting 500 kilograms weights with some effort, since when he transformed his body into a dragon he acquired some things like superhuman strength, skin harder than steel, and his senses became more acute. Issei, 996,997,998,999 and 1,000, throwing the 500 kilograms weight to the grass where it sank a little due to the weight. Issei, well, this is enough training, he said while looking at his reflection in a pond close to his house. Something like that, just ignore the gift. Well, I'll take a bath, take off my pants and be naked and jump into the water and feel the cold water of the pond that relaxes my muscles. Issei sighs, this is peace of mind. He said this because during this whole week his ex-siblings and ex-parents have been bothering him to come back home, while he always tells them the same thing. Issei, go to hell. Then there is Rias Gremory, who is slowly running out of patience, and will put a bullet in his ass without hesitation. There's also Yumi, who during these last 6 days has been closer to him than usual, and more than once she blushed for no reason. Issei, well, I'd better go get dressed to go to the boring academy where something interesting always happens, he said sarcastically. After leaving the pond and going in to change into more comfortable clothes, these were black tennis shoes, black urban pants, a red shirt and a dark blue jacket. Then go downstairs and prepare a balanced breakfast, which will be a fruit salad and an Irish coffee. To finish breakfast and go to the garage and open the door, taking out a motorcycle from inside. Issei, thank you Grandma for teaching me how to make jewelry and Grandpa for teaching me blacksmithing. And he wonders how he managed to buy a motorcycle. The question is easy since his grandmother owned a large mine of precise minerals and his grandfather owned more than 10 blacksmith shops around the world, with Issei being the only heir and owner of all his grandfather's companies since he was the oldest owner of all that and more. Thanks to the precise minerals he managed to create and sell several rings, chains, bracelets and accessories made of gold, platinum and rubies to various jewelry stores at a high value, thus buying some things such as materials to improve his grandparents' house, now his, and some things for himself. But that will be for another time. On the streets of Kui you can see a black motorcycle with red details passing at full speed. To stop at his destination being the Academy of Kui just to get off his motorcycle and take off his helmet showing those beautiful sapphire blue eyes, and more than one woman melted with the serious but flirtatious look of the once brown-haired now albino. Issei, they see idiotic manga in me. With those words all the women felt a little pain in their hearts because he still hadn't forgiven them. But then he had to duck down, dodging a blonde-haired girl who had hit the wax, only to sit on the floor and with a pouty face point an accusing finger at Issei. Yumi, bad Issei-kun with a swollen face making a cute pout. Issei, sorry, it's the custom, he said it with boredom to lift her up only to be stretched to the floor falling on Yumi's breasts, who only gave a small moan because her love's hands are touching one of her thighs and another gently squeezing one of her breasts. Yumi, kya, Issei-chan pervert, if you want to do it you just have to ask me, with a seductive voice. Issei, hey, it was an accident that you caused, he said it red with shame. Yumi, wow Issei-kun, from now on I'll call you Tamadido-kun. That only caused Issei to get up and leave there, but what he didn't notice was how a silver-haired female silhouette said it with interest. Fry, so Tamadido-kun, we'll see each other very soon, disappearing in a magic circle. Back at the academy, Issei is still seen sitting with his feet on the table while listening to music and singing. Una mattina mi son svegliato. Oh bella, ciao, ciao 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 ciao. Una mattina mi son svegliato. E ho trovato l'invasor. Oh partigiano, portami via. Or beautiful, ciao, 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 ciao. Oh partigiano, portami via. I felt my death. And it's very much from Partigiano, Or beautiful, chow beautiful, chow beautiful, chow, chow, chow. And it's very much from Partigiano. You're my Devi Sapeller. And last night in the mountains. Or beautiful, chow beautiful, chow beautiful, chow, chow, chow. And bury them in the mountains. In the shadow of a beautiful flower. And tutte the people who passaderano. Or beautiful, chow beautiful, chow beautiful, chow, chow, chow. The people who passed by would say, Che bel fiert. E questo il fiore del partigiano. Or beautiful, chow beautiful, chow beautiful, chow, chow, chow. This is the fire of the dead partigiano for freedom. He sang in Italian, surprising all his classmates that he knew how to sing in Italian. Teacher, young Issei, since when do you know how to speak Italian? Issei, de quando mi el ha insegnato mio nonno, since my grandfather taught me. After finishing classes, he decides to go out and sit in a tree and get a golden apple juice. Issei, blessed be my mother for teaching me to plant and care for the growth of the golden apples, otherwise I would already have become a power-hungry dragon. But then he feels the presence of someone who makes his face change from happy to angry. Issei, what are you doing here, Nakano? Yotsuba, hello Issei-kun, it's been a while, don't you think? Issei, answer my question, what are you doing here? And don't call me Issei-kun. You, like the rest of your stupid sisters, are forbidden to call me that after what they did to me about 8 years ago. Now Nakano answers. Yotsuba, I just wanted to come to apologize to you, Issei-san. Issei, well, what do you think? I don't plan to forgive any of you. It was clear to you by raising your voice, drawing the attention of some people. Yotsuba, be you, but Issei and I as my sisters only want your forgiveness, and to fix the damage we did to you 8 years ago, and to be together again, you and I and my sisters. Issei, well, that won't be possible since you arrived late, 8 years late. I'm no longer interested in being with any of you, so why don't you just go with your boyfriends and get out of my life, since you were part of my heart until the 5 of you broke that. Yotsuba just starts crying and tries to hug Issei, but he just moves to the side and with a cold voice tells her, Issei, get out of my sight, Nakano, and tell the rest of your sisters that if they start bothering me with the same thing, I won't hesitate to beat them up and send them to the hospital, and I'm not afraid of their stupid cheat father. If their mother were alive, she would feel ashamed because she gave birth to stupid brainless people. To start walking while some students stood to one side of him. Yotsuba, but what did we do? He hates all of us. He said it with his face covered in tears and raising and extending his hand in the direction where he is, and with a sad voice he says, Issei, forgive me, don't leave me alone, I love you, so that I could fall unconscious from crying so much. Chapter 5. The Birth of Rebellion. After what happened with Nakano, you can see an Issei with a serious face as he walks back and forth in his house thinking about what Akino told him about going with her to her temple since someone wants to see him. Issei, having taken out a coin, heads I will go and tails I will not go, in that he throws the coin where it begins to spin to fall in Issei's hand and hit his other hand, resulting in heads. Issei, the hitch that gave birth to me. The boar who gave birth to me. He said it with a snort just to get out and take his motorcycle towards the city. 20 minutes later you can see Issei walking next to Akino, who is trying to start a conversation without any result, causing some sadness in her for not achieving her goal. Akino, okay, Issei-san, we're here. Issei just proceeds to enter the place where he sees a beautiful blonde woman with a great body and a calm look with a small smile. Issei, who are you and why have you requested my presence? Michelle, sorry, but it's rude to ask for someone's name without first telling them yours. Issei, I'm sorry and forgive my outburst, let me introduce myself. My man is Issei Spartan, it's a pleasure to meet Mademoiselle, bowing her back slightly. Michelle, nice to meet you, Issei Spartan, my name is Michelle and I am the Archangel and Leader of Heaven, spreading her 11 wings wider than a cloud. Issei, the pleasure is mine, Mademoiselle, and why did you ask for my presence? If it's for the fragments of Excalibur, I think it won't be possible since my sword absorbed them and turned them into this, taking out Edge Force and Elaster, and several sacred and demonic rays came out of them. Michel was surprised when he saw this, as the fragments of the Excalibur recognized Issei as its only bearer. Michel, well, I just called you to thank you for helping and avoiding a war between the three factions, and as compensation I want to give you this. From his robes he takes out a sword that is kept inside a blue sword holder with golden touches. Michel, meet Ascalon, the dragon's slaying sword. Issei, feeling the power emanating from the sword, felt a small chill since, being a dragon, that sword scared him a little. Issei, thank you. But when he was about to take the sword from his back, his swords flew out, and the same with Ascalon, where they began to spin with great force, launching some rays that changed to red and silver rays. Issei took both women by the wrists, and took them out of the place as he felt something bad would happen. After leaving the place, they saw how the temple began to collapse. Issei, but being interrupted by a scream. Akino, my humiami. Issei, damn, I finished saying, caring little about the masochist's home. After the last pillar of the temple fell, a huge sword can be seen stuck in the ground. Issei began to approach the sword, and just by taking it by the handle he felt how the sword began to absorb its power, forcing him to fall to his knees on the ground and breathing with some difficulty. Issei, but what the hell is this? It's like all my power disappeared. Unknown voice, give me a name. In that, Issei looks everywhere, not seeing anyone. Out of nowhere everything turns dark around him, and there is only him and the sword. You unknown, give me a name. Issei, give me a name, I'll give you one. Getting up with difficulty and walking to take the handle of the sword with both hands and slowly raising it, feeling his power returning, but this being double what he had. Unknown voice, give me a name. Issei, your name will be Rebellion. Raising the sword, and a red aura comes out and shoots upwards. Rebellion, thank you, master. Back to reality, you see an Issei looking somewhat tired and breathing heavily. But then she feels a warm hand on her shoulder, looking at Michel, who looks at her with some surprise. Issei, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Michel, I'm just surprised that the Ascalon sword will fuse with the rest of the fragments of the Excalibur. And now I feel 3 auras in the sword that you now call rebellion. And the auras were sacred, demonic, and dragonic. Issei just sighed as he took the sword and started doing some tricks with it, and then made it disappear, and a sword-shaped tattoo appeared on his back. Then he said goodbye to the Archangel, but not before restoring Akino's house, who cries with happiness to see her home as good as new. While an Issei is seen on his motorcycle driving at full speed, while behind him a patrol car can be seen chasing him. Issei, faster, Tyrone said it, accelerating to the full, and in that he sees a ramp, and accelerating to the full he jumps to the other side of the dock, followed by the patrol that fell into the water. Issei, that's what happens to them for being hitches, ha ha ha. Disappearing on the horizon. After 10 minutes he arrived home, put his bike in the garage, and proceeded to enter the house to take off his clothes and lie down on the bed and say, tomorrow is the parents' visit to the academy, and then the supposed meeting of the factions according to the redhead and the 4-eyed girl. Sighing tiredly, I sleep better for a while. To fall into the arms of Morpheus, but without him realizing it, a light illuminated the room, and you can see a girl with silver hair and red highlights lying on his naked torso. Girl, good night, Oto-san. Chapter 6. To daughter. An albino can be seen sleeping peacefully in his bed, but in that he feels the sun's rays hitting his face and mentally cursing the sun. Issei, damn shitty sun, one day I will destroy you. Only to feel something moving on top of his chest. In that, Issei notices a silver hair with red highlights. Issei, but what the hell? Then he looks better and realizes that it is a girl of about 4 or 6 years old. Issei, hey girl, how did you get to my house? He said it seriously, but he didn't get an answer. I'm talking to you, tapping his forehead with his finger, waking the girl up when she felt the tap on her face. Rebellion, Auk Oto-san, that hurt, he said it with a tender face. Issei, no more, I don't give you another because, but he keeps quiet since the girl called him Oto-san. Excuse me, can you repeat what I said a moment ago? I was a bit nervous. Rebel Ion, what's up, Oto-san, and why did you hit my face? It hurts. At that precise moment, Issei's eyes rolled back and a little ghost came out of his mouth while his brain said, "The virus base has been updated, starting a reboot." To fall unconscious on the bed while the girl poked him with her finger. Rebel Ion, Oto-san, are you okay? Touching him with his finger on the face without receiving a response. It seems that he fell asleep while I will wait for him downstairs. To carefully get out of bed and open the bedroom door, and close it gently, and start walking down the stairs and look around. Walking towards the couch and taking the remote control to turn on the big TV and put the volume down while watching some cartoons. Meanwhile, somewhere in Kui you can see a Yumi covered in blood and carrying 4 bags that were dripping a red liquid, but the strange thing about her is that she had a somewhat creepy Yandra smile and a big smile. "Yumi, that will teach them not to notice what's mine," she said while singing a very happy song and her face covered in blood. The music is called Naikor Secret. Go a secret. Can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better it lock it you pocket talking this to serious. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. Cause 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Why do you smile like you've untold a secret? Now you're telling lies cause you have sworn to keep it. But no one keeps a secret. No one keeps a secret. Why when we do our darkest deeds do we tell? They burn in brains, become a living hell. Cause everybody tells. Everybody tells. Got a secret. Can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better it lock it you pocket talking this one to serious. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. Cause 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Look into my eyes. Now you're getting sleepy. Are you hypnotized? By secrets that you're keeping. I know what you're keeping. I know what you're keeping. Got a secret. Can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better it lock it you pocket talking this to serious. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. Cause 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Allison? Yes, Catherine? I have something I want to tell you, but you have to promise to never tell anyone. I promise. Do you swear on your life? I swear on my life. Swore you'd never tell. You're swore you'd never tell. You're swore you'd never tell. You're swore you'd never tell. Got a secret. Can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better it lock it you pocket talking this to serious. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. Cause 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Go a secret. Can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better it lock it you pocket talking this to serious. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. Cause 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Go a secret. Can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better it lock it you pocket talking this to serious. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. Yes, 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Yes, 2 can keep a secret if one of us is dead. But out of nowhere he stops and looking into nothing he says, Yumi, because I feel like someone took away my chance to be a mother. Nah, it must be my imagination. Back to the albino's house. Issei stood up suddenly and looked at everyone in despair, not finding anyone, giving a sigh of relief, but then he heard a noise in the lower part of his house and taking his pistols he slowly opened his door and closed it slowly to begin to go down, still with pistols in hand, to reach the living room and hear the laughter of a girl. Rebellion. Hijijajuju. The girl laughed at the cartoon that was Tom and Jerry and that she noticed the presence of Issei, and with a happy voice she says, "Good morning, Oto-san." Issei. Who are you and how did you get here, or who sent you and why do you call me Oto-san? Rebellion. You don't remember me, you gave me a name and some of your power and blood. Issei. I don't, but then he remembers what happened yesterday and asks. Wait a second, you're that voice that came from the sword. Rebellion just agreed yes. Issei. But how is that possible? Rebellion. Let me explain to you, Oto-san. 10 minutes of explanation later. And this is how I was born. Issei, you were a spirit that was trapped inside Ascalon, and by fusing with Alastor and Edge Force that are made with my blood and the blood of Katrina and Tiamat, you were born. Rebellion. That's right, Oto-san, and I know that my two Oka-san are trapped in those sacred gear, but I know that one day we will be together as a family. Note: if you knew you would have more than one mom. Issei, well then you'll have to go back to your sword form since I have to go to class. Rebellion. Okay, Oto-san then gets up and begins to glow, and proceeds to enter Issei to appear again like a tattoo on his back. Issei, this feels weird but oh well, whatever. Later we'll continue talking and maybe go out for a walk to get to know each other better as father and daughter. While the tattoo shines brightly with joy. Issei, well, I'd better get ready. Doing the same routine as always and going outside the house, taking the keys to his motorcycle and heading to the academy. When he saw several people, these being the parents of the students, he realized something, and when he was about to shout something rude, I remembered that he had a daughter and decided to say something else. Issei, children of Grizzled. Where more than one person looked at him strangely just for him putting his motorcycle in the parking lot. Issei, today will be a day full of discomfort and headaches. Chapter 7 1/2. Family Day. You can still see Issei with a serious face while Lucy tried to start a conversation without any success. Lucy, come on Issei-kun, give me another chance, I can change, she said with her lifeless eyes. Issei, I already told you my answer like 1,000 times and it's a no. He said this to increase his speed, and without looking where he was going he collided with a person and fell on top of that person. Issei, oh that hurt, trying to get up. But in his hand he feels something round and very big and at the same time warm. What is this? Squeezing gently, it feels like you are squeezing a soft and tender marshmallow. But when I see well I will open my eyes wide seeing the person I collided with. Issei, I'm sorry I left the help. But when I reach out my hand to help, I am taken by force and I feel myself being hugged. Girl, don't worry Issei-kun, you can keep playing all you want. Issei, wait a second, that voice, I know you, you're Rias and Lucy's older sister, right? Rosaria. Bingo Issei-kun, and now for having touched and squeezed my breasts you will be held responsible. Issei, wait, like that responsible? Rosaria, simple, I set a rule that the man who manages to touch my breasts will become my husband, and that man is you, darling. Taking the albino by the face and in a quick movement stealing his first kiss. Issei was in shock, and even more so when he was kissed by the Mao Lucifer Rosaria. Rosaria, thanks for the good morning kiss Issei-kun, goodbye, she said while moving her hips from side to side. Note: this is what it looks like. End of note. But what they didn't know was that a certain blonde saw this with a lifeless face and a Yandra face while breaking a wall with her fist, scaring the students, parents, and teachers who passed by. Yumi, that damn, I don't care if she's a Mao, nobody takes away what's mine. If you took her first kiss I'll take her chastity, and nobody will stop me from leaving while laughing. Note 2, someone calls an exorcism. After what happened, Issei is still seen sitting at his desk with a huge block of clay. Issei, and now what do I do with this shit? Teacher, use your imagination and mold something. Issei, okay. Then he takes some of the clay and starts to mold something small. Issei, ready? Showing a small clay figurine. Teacher, kawaii, you give it to me. Issei, okay, take it. Then he takes more clay and closes his eyes and his hands start to move on their own, creating an average-sized statue. Student 1, wow, it's not bad, when are you selling it to me? Student 5, don't sell it to me, I'll offer you 5,000 yen. Issei didn't understand what was happening, he opened his eyes seeing what he had done. Some were surprised because they did not know that person, but from his clothes he looked like he was from Greece. Teacher, great job Issei-san, but what does that represent? Issei unconsciously says, it represents the strength and anger of a man who was betrayed by his own people and swore to take revenge by killing all the gods and freeing himself from his eternal torment. Teacher, and what is that person's name? She said it somewhat frightened by the description that the albino gave. Issei, his name is Kratos, the god of war. to feint alerting his teacher who was about to take him to the infirmary, but then Yumi approaches and offers to take him to the infirmary. In the infirmary, Issei is still seen lying on one of the beds, and on the table was the statue he made. Yumi, hey my Issei-kun, you look so defenseless now, and those muscles. She said it, touching the well-marked chest, and with her heart-shaped eyes she licks him and leaves a pout all over his chest, marking him as her property, and with her hand she runs all over the albino's body until she reaches his pants and feels a large bulge. Yumi, it's not time yet, but very soon it will be. Rest, my darling. To kiss the lips of his love and introduce his tongue a little into her mouth, feeling the warmth of her interior. Meanwhile, inside Issei's mind, he can be seen in front of a somewhat robust man with white skin and a red mark, and next to that man another one. But this one had warm black hair, and one of his arms seemed to be made of black scales and fire coming out of it. Issei, who are you and what are you doing here? He said seriously and making his sword appear in his hands. I won't repeat it again. Who are you two? The two strangers. It's not yet time for us to introduce ourselves, so goodbye. Expelling Issei from his mind. Kratos, you're not ready to use my power yet, boy. Get stronger first, and you'll be able to use it. Only then will you be worthy of being my reincarnation. The other, find the path to love and you will be able to use my flames and all my power, but for the moment you are not ready yet, you are still immature. Grow surrounded by love and I will see if you are worthy of being my successor. Out of Issei's mind he wakes up suddenly only to see that he is sitting on a hospital gurney. Issei, who were those people and why were they inside my mind? He said it without noticing how his body was full of bites and some hickeys. Realizing how his body was using his dragon sense of smell, he knew who it was. Issei, damn, I hope Yumi didn't grape me while I was unconscious. To stop and take his things, leaving the infirmary and turning left, there were the people he did not want to see today. Issei's father, son. Issei, with a demon, what was missing? More inconvenience. It is the best day of my life. He said it seriously, looking at them with contained hatred. February 2nd. The Hayato family didn't know what they were saying, but one person did. Izari, Oni-chan, why are you speaking in English? Issei, shut up, you have no right to call me that. Issei's father, more respect for your sister, brat. Oh yes, no, but he couldn't finish since Issei was pointing one of his guns at his head. Issei, I could kill you right now, but by putting his gun away, I won't do it since it would be a waste of ammunition to use it on a hypocrite like you. Keeping his gun inside his jacket. Issei, well, if you want, talk quickly because I don't have all the time to wait for your answer. Issei's mother, we just wanted to invite you to dinner all together as a family. Issei, well, it seems that everyone is together since I am not a Hayato but a Spartan, so thank you for the invitation, Mrs. Hayato, and have a nice day. Mrs. Hayato's heart ached a little in the way her son addressed her, shedding a few tears, but there always has to be an idiot. Ryu, hey idiot, you made mom cry, come here and apologize, but he received no response since Issei cared little about his threat. I told you to apologize, taking him by the shoulder with some force only to feel a fist bury himself in his face and feel how he hit the wall, and then fell to the ground spitting some blood and looking up seeing blue eyes that gave off a silver aura. Issei, listen to me well, you imbecile. If you touch me again you will suffer the worst pain in hell. Just to stop a fist heading towards his face, seeing that it was his father and squeezing with some force, he puts Mr. Hayato on his knees. That goes for you too, don't bother me you damn cockroach. Kicking him with an axe and burying his head in the wooden floor. And when he was about to leave he felt like two huge melons were pressing on his back, and he heard a voice that scared him a little. Rosaria, Issei-kun, I have you, but then she feels his empty hug to see that there was no one. Where did he go? I was here a moment ago looking for him with my eyes without any success. But what she didn't know was that Issei was above her, clinging to the ceiling like a scared cat. Issei, at what point did he arrive and how did I not feel his presence? But that doesn't matter, I just hope he leaves so I can get off and disappear. After a while the tomato ball left the place, and when it saw that it was no longer there, it separated from the roof and landed on its feet. Izari, you're a cat. Issei, I'm not a dragon starting to walk just to be hugged again, but this time by his mother. Issei's mother, please son, I just want to spend some time with you, nothing more. At that Issei just snorts with annoyance, and managing to separate himself he gives his answer. Issei, okay, but if those two do something stupid, I'm leaving. To start walking towards the parking lot. Leaving a chestnut happy for achieving his goal. Back with Issei, he was arriving at the parking lot, but in the distance he sees some idiots who were not from this academy trying to take his motorcycle. Issei, hey idiots, what do you think you do? At that the boys just gave mocking smiles and one who seemed to be the leader spoke. Leader, don't you see, we want this beautiful motorcycle for my boss since it fits the design perfectly, so why don't you turn around and let us do our job? Issei, I think it won't be possible since that motorcycle is my property, so you have less than 3 seconds to leave before I send you all to the hospital. At that point the leader starts laughing and with a whistle he calls the rest of his band, going from being only 5 to 20 men. Leader, you better give me the keys to this bike and you can leave without getting hurt. Issei, haha, and you think I'll be afraid of a few idiots like you, as his eyes shine brightly as he takes off his jacket. Leader, kill him and bring me his keys. Issei, okay, let's dance, music teacher. But what they didn't know was that they were being spied on by Rosaria, who saw this as funny. Rosaria, I will be able to see my future husband fight. Back with Issei. He was dodging several blows from a tall, strong man who was getting frustrated at not being able to hit him. Strong man, stop dodging damn and fight. Issei, okay, if you want it like that, let's see if you can handle this blow. To back up and send a right hook to the guy's face, breaking several teeth and sending him crashing into a wall, knocking him unconscious. Issei, who's next? Not one. I'll attack first, moving quickly, eliminating almost half of those present, reducing the number from 20 to only 12. Issei, this is too easy. Leader, damn, what the hell are you? Issei, I'm just a normal man who wants to see the world burn. Leader, what do you expect? You all go together. You won't be able to defeat all of you together. At that point, everyone launches into the attack, some with white weapons and others with bare fists. At that point Issei launches into the attack, beginning to dodge and return each blow but with double the force, and one by one they began to fall to the floor unconscious, and some screaming in agony and pain as they felt their bones break as their fists hit their chest. After 10 minutes each and every one of them was lying on the floor crying or unconscious. Issei, now you continue, pointing at the leader who just started laughing like crazy and demon wings came out of his back. Leader, you won't be able to dodge this human by creating a sphere of magic, Dai throwing the sphere which hit Issei, scaring a Rosaria who is about to go down and kill the demon with her own hands, but then a shot was heard to see how the demon fell to the ground holding his shoulder. Issei, ah, that's what you call a magic attack. It lacked power. Even the Kokabil cadre gave me more of a fight than you. Leader, but what the hell are you? Not even a human can survive that. Tell me who you are. Issei, well, I'll tell you later anyway. You're going to die. My name is Issei Spartan and I'm a dragon demon. Now die, pointing your guns at the guy. Leader, no wait. If you kill me, my master will come for your head. He is very strong and you will not be able to fight him. I saw how he lowered his gun, smiling, thinking that he managed to scare him. But how wrong he is. Issei, I don't care about 8 hectares of marijuana, your master, so he better die by shooting at point-blank range, killing the demon in the process, and seeing how it disappeared in red particles and a pawn piece fell to the floor. Only to look up at a rosary which looked at him with curious eyes, and he could only look down at the floor since the position he was in gave him a beautiful view of her teddy bear panties, and when he looked up again it was no longer there. Issei, well, I'd better get out of here before someone comes. Taking his motorcycle and leaving the academy and getting lost in the horizon, being watched by a Rosaria. Rosaria, strong, handsome, cold, serious and intelligent as I like. Soon I see kun you will be mine and some women's, but I will be the alpha of your harem. Meanwhile, in an alley, a Yumi covered in blood is seen, and on the floor you can see several decapitated women without any limb or extremity of the body. Yumi, This is what they deserve for trying to enter the infirmary and trying to violate what is mine by sticking their sword into the head of a girl who tried to escape. Yumi, soon my Issei it will be just you and me and a few more. Smiling like crazy. Chapter 8. 1/2. Dinner. You can see an Issei looking at his big, worked body in the mirror doing various poses. Issei, lately my strength has been increasing too much. I have to put another containment seal on because I don't want to have problems with that ball of tomato. After spending a while putting a sign on his chest, he gets up from his chair to go up the stairs and leave the forge. Once outside, he closes the basement door with magic and prepares to listen to his house to put on something more formal for the family dinner. Issei sighs, why the hell did I accept I don't want to go? But on his back comes his daughter Rebellion. Rebellion, hello, Daddy hugs him from behind. Issei, hi daughter, it's hard to know that I'm a young father now. Reba, don't worry, with time you will get used to getting down and standing in front of your father and giving a nice smile. Issei, do you want something to eat? Rebe, yes, to run around the house like that. Issei sighs. This is going to be a long day to come home and see Rebe sitting at the table waiting for food with stars in her eyes. Only to walk towards the kitchen and come out with some plates in his hands and a delicious aroma flooded the house. Rebe's mouth was watering from the delicious smell. Issei, since I don't have so many ingredients I could only prepare this. Putting 2 bowls of homemade ramen. Rebe, thank you for the food, take the chopsticks and start eating. When I took the first bite it almost melted because it was so tasty. Rebe, how delicious, eating faster. Issei with a drop on his head, because I feel that in the not too distant future I will have a woman who will only ask me for ramen to eat every day. Meanwhile in another universe not far from DxD. 2 girls, one with blonde hair and one with sapphire eyes and another with black hair and black eyes, each 15 years old, can be seen eating at a place called the Chiraku Ramen. Narumi stops eating her ramen to look up at me and then look at her ramen. Sasuke, hey Dobe, what's wrong with you? What's up there? Narumi, I'm not afraid of anything, but I feel that in the not too distant future I will meet that man who will love me as I am, she said with a dreamy face. Sasuke just looked at his friend and rival strangely. Back with Issei. He looked like an idiot because on the table you could see more than 10 bowls of ramen, and a very happy Rebe with a big full belly lying on the sofa. Issei, mental note not to make ramen again, but then I hear a scream. Narumi, no, my beloved ramen. I have listened and looked everywhere and found no one. Issei, okay, that was weird. He said it to get up from the table and take the empty bowls and take them to wash. Well, I'm going to change my clothes to go to the supposed family dinner. Going up to the 2nd floor of the house and taking a towel and then going to the bathroom. 15 minutes later. Issei is still seen all dressed up and wearing different clothes. Issei, while leaving his house and seeing how his daughter was still sleeping on the couch. Then he takes his daughter and gently takes her to the room and lays her on the bed and taking some sheets covers her and kisses her head. Issei, good night my little snowball. Rebe, MMH, good zzz night daddy, I love you so much. Issei, and I to you my little one. Leaving her room without seeing how Rebe smiled at her with happiness because she now sees her as her daughter. Issei is still seen outside his house and walking to the garage to get his car. Issei, hello my babies, how are you? Note this is Issei's house in the forest outside of Kwa. And these are their cars. Ford Mustang GT. A 67 Mustang. DeLorean. After looking at his vehicles he takes the keys to the Mustang GT. You can see a black limousine on the streets of Kwa and inside it were the Gremory and Haidu families, but you can see an older redhead with a bored face. Rosaria, how long until we get there? I'm already bored. Rias, One-san, it's almost time. Lucy, if you also have to relax a little. To look out the window again and stop the car at a red light. Rosaria, oh how I wish interesting something would happen. But as if his words were magic, in the distance the sound of an engine at full power was heard. Then they saw a car passing at full speed and the owner said, Issei, out of my way, Grandma. He passed the red light and saw 6 patrol cars following him. Police 1, stop right now. Issei Naviri. But how did this happen? Well, let's go back 10 minutes. And Issei is seen driving very calmly until he stopped at a red light, but then he hears the sound of an engine. Just to roll down the window of your car, a car exactly like yours that is at home. Issei, who are you? Vin, you can call me Vin, nice car the way. Issei, thanks, I won it in a singing contest. Vin, you don't want to play a race. Issei, I can't, I have a commitment that I have to go to, he said tiredly. Then noticing that just says, you know what can take away your tiredness. Issei, what a thing. Then, a friendly race and first to reach the mall wins. Issei done, prepared to lose. Then, I doubt it, kid. They then turn on their cars and watch the traffic light very attentively. 3, 2, 1. Go. Music teacher. At that, the traffic light turned green, and out of nowhere the '67 Mustang car raised its front end, taking the front, leaving a surprised Issei. But when he saw how it moved away, he came out of his shock and changed to second gear and accelerated. When approaching a curve, quickly shift into third gear and skid into the curve. Meanwhile, at about 1500 m, some police officers can be seen inside their car with a speed meter controlling the streets. Police 1, but I'm so bored. Police 2, hey, don't complain, just do your job and that's it. P1, but nothing interesting happens in this city. When out of nowhere they hear the sound of 2 engines, and so if they were lightning bolts they pass at full speed and the speedometer caught fire. P2, there's your interesting thing, starting the car and going on the chase. Current time is seen in Issei arriving at the mall only to come in second place, and when he gets out of his car he approaches Vin to shake his hands and say, Issei, thanks, I needed this, I was able to release some stress. Vin, don't worry, and by the way, you don't drive badly, kid, but you still need practice to get into his car, but not before throwing a card at the albino. Issei, and this looking at a phone number in the Vin, my phone number to stay in touch, and if you ever want to learn how to drive just call me. Speeding up his car and getting lost in the dark streets of Kwa. Issei, I'll think about it, putting the card in his pocket and getting in his car and going on his way again. 20 minutes later he arrives at his destination. Issei, well, it's time to face my past, walking and knocking on the door where a redhead he already knows tells him. Rosaria, wow, darling, what are you doing here, looking with a little blush at the way your future husband dresses? Issei, nothing, I'm just here at my mother's request. At that moment, a brunette woman approaches the door, pushing the redhead aside and jumping to hug her son, who did not respond to the hug. Mickey, yes, you came, my little Issei. Issei, Mrs. Haida, would you be so kind as to let me know this is something embarrassing? Mickey, sorry, I stopped hugging him. Issei, thanks, and well, here I am as I promised. February 2nd. Already inside the Now mansion, Haida begins to walk towards the dining room while behind him came Rosaria and Mickey, who tried to start a conversation with her son but could not. Mickey, and tell me where you live now, but he did not receive an answer. Rosaria, hey Issei-kun, where do you live? Issei, in a house on the outskirts of Kwa. Mickey, and whose house is it? But he doesn't answer anyway. Rosaria, who gave you that house, is that? Issei, it was an inheritance that my grandparents left me, but I made some improvements to it. Taking out his cell phone and showing Rosaria the rustic, normal-size house for a small family. Rosaria thought, it's perfect, not so big, not so luxurious, and with a large patio and a pool, perfect for a family of 5, she said it, imagining one boy with white hair and 2 girls with red and mixed hair running in the garden very happily, and she sitting on the grass and resting her head on her husband's marked chest while he hugs her tightly. Back in reality, you see a Rosaria with a silly smile and blood coming out of her nose and a face in love. Issei, but what the hell, well, it doesn't matter. Resuming his walk and arriving at the dining room, he can see his father and brothers and the Gremry entourage, but then he sees 2 new faces. Issei, I'm here, Hitches, and I have gifts for all of you. Izumi, Seriously, Oni-chan. Issei, no, but I always wanted to say that, laughing out loud at the faces of those present. Venelana, but what a lack of etiquette you have, young man. I said that only to be epically ignored by the albino. Issei, you were saying something, I couldn't hear it well. That caused a vein of anger on Venelana's face which she controlled since she is a lady and not a beast. Sarah, apologize to my sister now, stupid. She said it standing on her tiptoes, but because of her size she looked like a little girl. Issei, and you are a dwarf, he said at the same time on his forehead and had to crouch down to his height. Sarah, I said apologize to my sister. But then she is taken by the cheek and stretched out. Sarah, it hurts, let me go, baka. Issei smiles and with his other free hand he takes the other cheek and stretches it in the same way. Sarah, kamanasai, she said it crying, and then she is released and quickly runs to her sister and starts crying in her lap. Sarah, wa one-san, Oni-chan pulled my cheeks waea. Note, Sarah is femsioticus only in the lowly version, and she will be Venelana's sister, and she was married to a Gremry, but her husband died from an angel attack, and using his body he protected her, and her baby being Rias. Venelana, okay, calm down, your one-san is here caressing her head, calming her crying. Only to look with an angry face at Issei, who returns it but with a bit of killer instinct, and making his eyes shine red and showing his fangs, giving him an image of a wild man. Venelana didn't know, but just seeing him like that made her feel wet because of how he saw her, as if she were the prey and the predator. And when something else is about to happen, Mickey arrives dragging a Rosaria still in her fantasy. At that the murderous instinct disappeared and his eyes and teeth returned to normal. Just to smile mockingly. Issei, well, I only came because she asked me to. Pointing behind her to her mother, who had gone to bring the food that she and Sarah had made. At that point everyone sits down and starts eating. Rosaria, come on, Issei-kun, say ah. Issei, okay, I'll fulfill your whim. Opening his mouth and eating the food. In that he feels like another spoon was placed on his forehead, being Lucy. Lucy, come on, Issei-kun, say ah, also waiting for your answer. Issei, I'm sorry, but your boyfriend is over there, so you better go and feed him yourself. Refusing food made Lucy even sadder, as she was once again rejected by her ex-boyfriend. After dinner everyone is seen sitting drinking wine except Issei, who is drinking golden apple cider when a Rosaria approaches him, placing her glass down asking for a drink. Issei, I don't think it's good for you, this is very powerful. Rosaria, do you think that I won't be able to hold a drink? Issei, it's okay, but just a little. Then he pours a little cider into the rose glass, and she drinks it all in one go, and after a few seconds she falls asleep. Issei, how little resistance you had. Picking up Rosa and carrying her into a room and gently cutting her out, and closing the door, and putting a protection spell on her so that a certain idiot doesn't want to mess with her. Then he comes back and sees his bottle and Sarah's hands empty, and everyone sleeping on the floor. Then he takes the bottle and puts it in a pocket dimension. Walking and dodging everyone, he approaches Ryu and touching his forehead he enters his subconscious. Ryu's subconscious. You can see a beautiful meadow full of vegetation and a huge lake, and in the background a huge house. Upon entering the house, he begins to walk until he reaches a room, and sitting on the floor drinking tea, he sees his mother. Katrina, Issei-kun, my baby, you finally come back to visit your Oka-san. Standing up and running to him to hug him, but notices that he is much taller than her. Katrina, how are you? Where do you live? Do you eat well? Do you already have a girlfriend? He said this and more, blushing with shame for being treated like a child. Issei, calm down, mother, I'm fine, corresponding in hug. But then he feels like another person hugging him from behind, and seeing that it was Rebellion. Rebe, Daddy then sees Katrina and smiling says, Mommy. Katrina, she was shocked because that girl called her mom. Katrina, Issei-kun, who is she, pointing at the girl. Issei, she used to be my sword, and after several things happened she was born, since my sword is made of my blood and yours and Tiamat's, therefore she is our blood daughter. Just to see how his mother and future wife is unconscious from so much information. In that, Issei takes her to a bed and plants a kiss on her forehead and leaves Ryu's subconscious. Then he sees everyone still sleeping and a mocking smile appears on his face. Issei, kukukujijiji, this will be fun, taking out a permanent black marker. 30 minutes later. And Issei is seen driving at full speed arriving at his house, and on his face he had a big smile since before leaving he drew some things on everyone's face, and that lowly of Sarah he left her disguised as a maid Nico, and had several photos. Issei, this is worth gold. Accelerating even more, losing the police behind him. Meanwhile, in a neighborhood in the United States, several people are seen packing their things inside suitcases. Sweet, hey Black, I'll miss you to hug your brother. CJ, don't worry bro, I'll be back someday. Sweet, and where will you live? CJ, I have a friend who owes me favor and I will be living with him. Sweet, it's okay, just take care of yourself Black. Then another person approaches and hands CJ to Tech 9. CJ, thanks Ryder. Ryder, you're welcome, and don't forget that if they bother you, don't hesitate to fill them with lead. Then a fat man approaches the gang. Smoke, take care Black, and take this. Giving him a gun and an Uzi. At that moment, all the gang members of the Grove Street neighborhood see how their brother and great friend was going to Japan. CJ, I'm coming, Issei-san, my great childhood friend. Chapter 10. The Arrival of a Friend. 4 a.m. in the morning. A ninja-style training camp can be seen with a shirtless Issei sitting in the lotus position on a rock. At that he raises his hand and little by little a practice dummy is lifted from its place only to fall to the floor again. At that Issei opens his eyes and sighing a little he gets up and stretches his arms and legs and begins to walk to a ledge full of wooden swords, taking one and beginning to train with it. 20 minutes later. He is now seen doing barbell and had an anvil tied to his legs. Issei, 998,999 and 1,000. Releasing the bar and falling hard to the floor to untie the anvil and start doing push-ups and on your back the same anvil. 20 minutes later. Issei, 998,999 and 1,000. Standing up suddenly, throwing the anvil a little far away, he then approached the anvil and took out a stamp that said 50 tons. Issei, well, it seems that this weight no longer works for me. I'm already used to it, and I think it's time to increase the weight. In that 5 seals appear on his body, and when he removes them they fall to the ground, making a small crater. Issei, after repairing that, he walks to the basement elevator and goes up to the first floor of the house, and when he arrives he decides to take a bath. 10 minutes later. Issei is still seen sitting in his chair, and on the table there was a jar of ink and 5 blank sheets of paper. Then he takes the brush and begins to draw several symbols. After finishing he takes each sheet and puts them on his body, 2 on each arm, another 2 on his legs, and the last one on his chest. Issei, okay, let's try now with a little more weight, but I'll do it outside. I don't want to make a hole in my house. At that point he gets up and leaves his house and goes to the patio and, channeling his power, distributes it to the seals, activating them and falling to the grass and sinking a little, unable to get up. Issei, I think I went overboard with the weight, to laugh a little, and using 10% of his dragonic power he manages to get up. Note, the previous seals weighed 100 t each, carrying a total of 500 t, and the new ones weighed 200 t each, now carrying 1000 t. Issei, well, for now I have to continue training to be able to use the power of strength for longer, and make my body get used to and adapt to this new weight. But when he is about to continue with his training, his daughter appears giving him a hug. Reba, good morning Dad. Issei, good morning daughter. To take his daughter and play with her little one and then enter the house. Issei, what do you want for breakfast? Putting on a black apron with a dragon print on it. Reba, I want scrambled eggs. Issei, okay, going outside the house and arriving at a corral, taking a basket and starts collecting some eggs and some oranges. Issei, thank you Grandma for teaching agriculture, and thank you Grandpa for teaching metallurgy and carpentry. Then he goes back inside the house and walks to the kitchen where he begins to prepare breakfast. Some time later. A breakfast fit for the gods is seen on the table. Rebbe, thank you for breakfast, taking the chopsticks and taking a bite, making little stars come out of his eyes, delicious. Issei, daughter, eat calmly. The Rebbe is a little embarrassed and seems more calm. At that, Issei gets up and taking a bento, he closes it to take his backpack and go outside and says goodbye to his daughter to close the door and open the garage, taking out another of his cars. Issei, ready to take a ride. With that, he puts his things behind him and getting into the car begins to drive towards Kwa. Meanwhile in San Andres you see a CJ with an angry face. CJ, damn bucking police, when the Funar come back, I'd better go to the San Fierro airport, accelerating to get to San Fierro faster and take the first flight to Kwa, Japan. CJ, I wonder what adventures I'll have there. I'd rather go for Uncle Marielite. Elsewhere near San Venturas. Uncle Maru, he stands up suddenly and says, the donkey comes and puts you to sleep again. Back in Kwa. Issei is seen parking his car and getting out of it, and starting to walk towards his class and sitting at his table. Then the teacher arrives and tells them that 2 new students will arrive. Issei, because I feel like I know these 2, but then he hears a shrill voice and discovers who it was. Issei, earth swallow me now. The 2 people were none other than Irina Shidu and Zenobia Korda. Teacher, please tell us your names. Irina, my name is Irina Shidu, nice to meet you. She said cheerfully and looked around at someone sitting there, giving them a smile, but only receiving a cold look in response, making her lower her head a little out of sadness. Zenobia, I am Zenobia Korda, she said it would be, and looking at Issei, who only looked at her with a neutral face, not caring about her gaze. Teacher, any questions? At that several students raised their hands. Student 1, they have a boyfriend. Both, we don't have, and we are not interested in any of you. That made all the men sad except Issei, who was just listening to music. Student 2, are they coming to steal our ice prince? That caught Issei's attention, who felt the gaze of all the girls on him. Issei, I hate my life. At that point the teacher tells them that they will sit behind Spartan San. Irina, hey Issei, how are you? But she doesn't get a response since he was still listening to his music. Zenobia, hey, she's talking to you, to be completely ignored, making her angry, and when she's about to do something, the bell rings, starting classes. Throughout the class, Issei answered well every question the teacher asked him, surprising her for her great intelligence. After a while the lunch bell rings and everyone runs like hungry beasts to the cafeteria, but Issei is still seen sitting in his place, and when no one is there anymore, he takes out his bento and puts it on the table and opens it, showing its contents. But what he didn't know was that he's being watched by a one-eyed bat and a white dove. Meanwhile in the underworld, Rosaria. But what a delight watching her future husband's food with drool coming out of her mouth. Rosaria, apart from being handsome, he also knows how to cook very well. While in heaven, Michaela is blushing because just seeing that delicious bento made her mouth water, and a roar was heard in the place embarrassing her. Michaela, I hope that one day he will be my husband and always make me breakfast. Back with the protagonist, who had already finished his bento and only keeps the empty box, but then the door is suddenly opened, showing 5 redheads who, seeing Issei sitting there, approached him. Issei, I hate you, universe. What do you want, Nakanos? He said seriously and a little cold. Yatsuba, we just wanted to have lunch with you. Since you're not in the cafeteria, we decided to look for you. Nino, it's not like I'd mind sharing my food with you. Miku, Issei-kun, approaches to try to give a hug, but he just moves from his place. Issei, what were you trying to do? Ichika, she just tried to hug you like old times. Itsuki, Issei-san, who eats while looking at the bento with hunger. Issei, something that is none of your business. Now I kindly ask you to leave my sight. But the 5 of them didn't pay attention. Issei, well then I'm leaving, opening the window and jumping from the 3rd floor. Issei, Geronimo landing and starting to run, leaving the Nakanos sad for not achieving their goal. While being watched by 2 women. Rosaria/Michaela, damn hitches won't touch what's mine. Issei continued running until he reached a tree and looking around, not finding anyone, He opened a storage circle and took out a bottle of apple cider and a glass to pour someone and save the bottle and drink his drink. Issei, I will never get tired of drinking this, it's very delicious. But then he feels the presence of a certain blonde. What do you need, Yumi? He said it more calmly. Yumi, nothing, I just came to see what you're doing so she can sit next to him and rest her head on his shoulders. Yumi, you know Issei-kun, I was wondering if you would like to go on a date with me someday, she said somewhat embarrassed. Issei sighs, okay, but it's just you and me, and no one else is clear. Yumi is so happy that without thinking she threw herself at him, and gave him a kiss on her lips. While in the underworld again. Rosaria, damn lucky. And in the sky. Michaela, it's not fair, I want to be her pouting. Back with the couple. After the kiss they separated, but a thin thread of saliva still united them. Yumi, I'll see you on Saturday. Issei-kun to run away, very blushed by the action she did. Issei just stood there still processing what had happened, and at that moment a light came on, and in his mind he only said, Issei's mind, the base of the virus has been updated. Issei, but what the hell, why is misfortune chasing me? But then a call comes to his cell phone. Issei, what is this unknown number? He was about to cancel, but his curiosity was greater, and he decided to answer. Issei, hello, and if it's a bucking joke I'll hang it. Then he hears a voice he hadn't heard for more than 9 years. CJ, hello friend. Issei, wait, Carl Johnson, is it really you? It's you, he said happily. CJ, you better call me CJ, and if I'm your childhood friend and the most dangerous black man in San Francisco. Issei, and why are you calling me? But then he hears the sound of something being shot. CJ, I just want to tell you that he will arrive in Quill within 4 hours and he will probably do it in style. Issei, okay, I'll look for you. CJ, yes please, well I have to hang up, I'll see you at the airport. Issei, it seems that the universe has smiled at me. To hear the sound of the bell ending lunchtime, whereupon entering are Irina and Zenobia, and further back the Nakano, who upon seeing him enter greet him, but he did not care about their greeting, making the girls interested in him sad. Issei, I just want this to end and be able to go find my friend. 3 hours later the bell rings indicating the end of classes. Issei, I'm finally free, running to the window and jumping out of it, landing and starting to run, reaching the parking lot and getting into his car and leaving the academy at full speed in the direction of Qua's airport. 30 minutes later, Qua airport. You can see a car arriving and an albino gets out, blocks the car and starts walking to the entrance. 20 minutes later. Issei, where is this black guy? But then someone grabs him by the shoulder, scaring him. Issei, Kayaya I mean. CJ, what a scream from a man friend. Issei, CJ friend, how is the family? CJ, mom died. Issei remains silent for a few seconds. Issei, no condolences for her, and what brings you to Japan, and why are you not wearing a shirt? CJ, well, when I got here several women surrounded me and ripped off my shirt, but I managed to escape. Male doing poses. Issei, okay, we better go before they want to steal your pants. They then walk to the parking lot and opening the back of the car, CJ puts his luggage away. CJ, one question, are you still living with your crazy parents and siblings, or do you already have your own house? Issei, I already have my own house, and don't call me Hayadu, I'm a Spartan now. CJ, well if you say so, and another question, where did you get the money for this car? Issei, I have a great growing fortune, all thanks to the riches my grandparents left me. CJ, okay, so what are you doing now? Issei, friend, I don't want to keep secrets from you since you are my best friend. CJ, you know you can count on me. Issei, very well, stopping the car and getting out, followed by CJ, and not seeing anyone from behind him, huge black dragon wings emerge. CJ, what the hell, I'm not smoking Ryder's marijuana anymore, this must be an illusion. Issei, in fact it is not an illusion, I am a dragon. CJ, wait, let me process this, walking around Issei analyzing, and you should touch him from time to time. CJ, well if they are real, tell me there is more truth. Issei, yes, there are demons, angels, fallen ones, yokais, gods, and more. CJ, well, let's go and you tell me everything, I'll get in the car. Issei, it's fine by me, get in the car and drive at full speed. Issei/CJ, this is gonna be awesome. Chapter 11 1/2 Meeting and Revelation. Spartan House 9:30 p.m. An Issei and a CJ are seen arriving at the albino's house and pressing a button. He opens the garage and puts his car inside and then gets out of the vehicle and helps his friend unload his things. CJ, wow, nice house buddy, how much did it cost you? Issei, well, before this was a cabin and after selling some jewelry that I made, I ordered my house to be improved. CJ, and now you're a businessman or something like that? Issei, no, not yet, someone else is in charge of that, and when I finish the academy and graduate from university I will go take my place. CJ, and what is the name of the company? Issei, I actually keep it anonymous because I don't want certain people to bother me and ask where I get the money from. CJ, okay, and a question, who is the little girl at the door wearing teddy bear pajamas? At that Issei looks where his friend is pointing and sees his daughter Rebe, who is rubbing her eyes since the sound of the car woke her up. Rebe, watch, hello daddy, who is the person next to you? CJ, wait a minute, do you already have a daughter and why didn't you tell me that I was already an uncle? I would have bought her a gift. Issei, we'll talk about that tomorrow. For now, let's go to sleep. Carrying Rebe in his arms and entering the house followed by CJ, already inside, Issei guides his friend to a guest room located on the second floor. Issei, good night Black. CJ, good night Asian. To close the door. Issei, I have a feeling something is going to happen tomorrow at that meeting. Well, it doesn't matter, I'll see about that tomorrow. To open the door to his room and lay Rebe down on the bed and then lie down next to him. Issei, good night my little one, have sweet dreams. Rebe, good night daddy. At that the two fall asleep. 4 a.m. And Issei is seen having a nightmare, but it seemed like he wanted to wake up from that dream already. Issei's dream. A mature Issei is seen wearing a white suit and standing at an altar with a father behind him. Father, my nervous son. Issei, no father, I'm fine. / yes, of course, why not? Issei, shut up you damn parasites. The three, what did you call us, apologize. Issei, okay, sorry. At that moment the door would have opened, revealing not one but more than 50 women, all in wedding dresses, and in front of her several girls and boys watering flowers on the floor. Issei just gulped at the amount of wives he has. But when he is about to follow the fool, he is woken up by his daughter. End of the nightmare. And Issei is seen lying on the floor while his daughter is on top of him poking his cheek. Rebe, daddy, are you okay? Issei, yes, I'm fine, and because you're awake, you should be sleeping. Rebe, daddy, it's 7 a.m. in the morning. He points at the clock and Issei just gets up, not caring about the time, and when he opens the door I smell a delicious smell. They then go down to the dining room to find CJ cooking bacon and notice the presence of both of them. CJ, good morning sleeping beauty, how is the floor? Issei, softer than a bed of spikes, he said sarcastically. Rebe, good morning Uncle CJ. CJ, good morning little princess. Issei, hey, why do you call her that and Ami something else? CJ, well, my friend, haven't you thought about cutting your hair? You look like a woman with that long hair? Issei, but he makes me look beautiful shaking his long platinum white hair. CJ, okay, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. In that you see an Issei in a corner, and with a cloud of depreciation and his daughter caressing his head. Issei, nobody respects my style anymore, sniff. After that funny scene, you see Issei and CJ sitting outside looking at the beautiful view of the place. CJ, and well, you're going to tell me why you had wings. Issei, okay, you believe in the supernatural. CJ, like ghosts, witches, or creepypastas. Issei, something like that, only there are more demons, fallen, angels, gods, dragons, yokais, and more. Note: I won't say everything there is because I'm too lazy to write all the information. Later I will make a chapter based on that. After explaining everything, you see a pensive CJ. CJ, I see. Well, luckily I have a sacred gear to defend myself, but it has time limits. Issei, seriously, what is your power called? CJ, cheat activated. Issei, I mean, you have the power to create weapons out of nothing, as well as vehicles and more. CJ, yes, but it is not limited with vehicles, but with weapons and others, since they only last 30 minutes, and the most powerful of all is immortality, which lasts 10 minutes, making you invincible and immune to pain. Issei, that sounds like something very broken. CJ, yes, but it can only be activated once, and when the time is up I will suffer great fatigue and will not be able to use anything for 8 hours. After chatting for a while longer, an Issei is seen inside the smithy forging something. Issei, I think these will make hand-to-hand fights easier for me. To take a knife and cut the palm of your hand and let your blood fall on something, making what you forged shine and seeing your work with joy. And when he is about to try it on, his phone rings. Issei, let's see who it is. Yumi's call. Issei, hello, what do you need from me, Madan? Yumi, first, where are you? I was waiting for you at the entrance of the academy, and you didn't show up. Issei, I decided not to go today since I had better things to do than waste my time in a place where they always look at me with feigned pity. Yumi, but today is the day of the meeting and Rias called everyone but you weren't there. Issei, I already told this tomato that she won't bother me, and I also have a surprise for her. Yumi, and I can tell what it is with a tone of jealousy and a Yandra touch. Issei, you will know soon, and do not worry, I will be there for the meeting since I feel that something interesting will happen, and another thing, I will bring a friend who already knows about the supernatural. Yumi, it's okay, just don't take long to hang up the call and sigh with exhaustion and in one quick movement throw a knife at the head of a renegade. Back with Issei. Issei, that crazy woman cuts me off. Well, what can I do? I'll get ready and instead you'll come with me. Taking the gloves and boots and storing them in a storage seal in your chest. To get out of the basement, and walk to his room to change into something more comfortable, and when he finishes putting his guns on his waist he takes his jacket, and leaving his room he walks to the bottom of the house, seeing a CJ playing cards with his daughter. CJ, I have 2 pairs of J's, beat that brat. Rebbe, it seems that you lost again, Uncle Carl, since I have 2 aces, showing the cards, leaving CJ crying and giving all his money to his niece, which is the 6th time he has lost against an 8-year-old girl. Issei, I see you're having fun. Rebbe, Daddy, look, I beat Uncle Carl for the 6th time and I kept all his money to laugh like a tsundere. Issei, friend, you are pathetic. How is it possible that a girl beats you? If Sweet were here, she would laugh at you for losing like an idiot. CJ, shut up and ask me a question. Why are you so dressed up? Issei, well, I'll go to a supernatural meeting and you're invited too. CJ, seriously? Issei, yeah, so start moving your black ass to the car since we're leaving now. At that, Rebbe shines and enters inside his father, as he felt that something will happen. After getting in the car they head to the academy for the meeting. February 2nd. The narrator narrates. A car can be seen parked outside the academy, which is surrounded by an energy field invisible to human sight but not to the supernatural. Issei, wow, nice energy field. CJ, I expect a field, but I only see a simple academy for kids with no future in life. Issei, that's because you're a human and you can't see it. CJ, okay. Issei, well, let's go in now, finish this and go to sleep since I have a lot to do tomorrow. CJ, and that would be? Issei, visiting my jewelry company, visiting orphanages, helping the poor, and the list goes on and on. CJ, wow, you really have it tough. Issei, so and submit my resignation to the academy since I am smart enough to continue studying in a place where they always try to get my forgiveness. They are hypocrites. After continuing to talk about trivial things, they reach the door of the room where the meeting with the faction leaders will end. Issei, are you ready? Looking at CJ. CJ, wait, pulling a shotgun out of nowhere, now I'm ready. Issei, after this meeting you will have to teach me that. CJ, I know a man who teaches classes on Thursdays and doesn't charge much, but he's in San Andres. At that point Issei knocks on the door, and after a few seconds it is opened by a little girl in maid clothes and silver hair. Grafia, go ahead gentlemen. Issei, thanks little one, here take a popsicle, pulling a popsicle out of nowhere. CJ, show me that bro. Grafia, thank you sir, she said it timidly because of the man's gesture. Issei and CJ go inside and can see all the members of the occult club, the Citri entourage, Rosaria, Michaela and a woman unknown to him, Irina and Zenobia, and finally his brothers. Issei, sorry for being late, we had a little setback. CJ, yeah, sure, rob a candy store and leave the money and a note with an apology for breaking the glass. Issei, at least there were no injuries to walk to a chair and sit with his feet on the table. Issei, and well, who are you pointing at? The unknown woman. Era, it is rude to ask a person's name without first saying yours. At that Issei gets up from his place to make a small bow and delicately take her hand to deposit a warm kiss, blushing a little and exciting the woman. Issei, disol dietri si impli bel dame mon nom est Issei Spartan et quel est le votre mudan. Sorry for being so rude, beautiful woman, my name is Issei Spartan, and what is yours? That left everyone with their mouths open, since they didn't know that Issei could speak French, the language of love, but only 5 women felt jealous. These were Rosaria, Michaela, and 2 dragons. These were Katrina and Tiamat, and a blonde. Azali, mucho pieli, nice to meet you, my name is Azali. Issei, what a beautiful name Mudan has. After saying those words, he sits back down in his seat, facing the gaze of everyone present, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Issei, stop staring at me and let's start this meeting now. Note, the meeting is the same as the one in the anime, and the same is true of the attack of the renegades until reaching this moment. And Issei is seen sitting on a small pile of corpses, his clothes stained with blood and sighing in boredom. Issei, I already beat you, I killed 205 renegades. CJ, it's not fair, I only killed 57. But then a renegade tried to escape but received a shotgun blast to the head. Correction, I killed 58. But then they see an Azelia flying with blood falling from her forehead, and Issei in a quick movement takes Azelia in a bridal way, blushing her since he could feel her well-worked chest. Issei, Azelia, are you okay? Azelia, yes, my prince, sorry, I wanted to say but I couldn't finish because Issei saw how he created a magic circle, taking out a knife and then cutting his wrist a little, making it bleed. Issei, quick, there's no time, take my blood before the wound closes. At that Azelia hesitated for a second and then began to drink Issei's blood. As she did so, she felt all her strength return and each wound began to close quickly. Issei, ready, it's ready. But he felt how Azelia didn't let go of her arm. Azelia, but how delicious, so warm and sweet. Issei, okay, enough of drinking gluttonously, you're a vampire or a fallen angel, separating his arm from his mouth. Azelia, I was bad. But then Issei jumps from where he is dodging a blast of energy to look up at a white armor with his hand outstretched. Valerie, you'll fight with me because that useless guy in red didn't last long. Issei, I don't fight with immature girls. Valerie felt offended by how he called her. Azelia, tell me dear why you decided to join them. Valerie, easy 40-something, I felt that this side is more fun. In that the conversation is the same as the anime revealing that she is a descendant of Lucifer, and so on. Valerie, you're still Snow White. Issei, as you called me with anger in your voice. Valerie, you don't like being called that, Snow White. Issei, repeat that once more. I challenge you by taking out his sword, which combined with his dragonic power. Valerie, she didn't feel fear, but rather she felt excitement for the power she was releasing, but she knew that that wasn't all her power, and that made her angry because he underestimated her just for being a woman. Valerie, if you don't fight with all your might, I'll kill that blonde who's always with you, smiling maliciously, thinking that would make him angry. Note, but what an idiot. CJ, This crazy woman is more than dead. Issei makes his sword disappear and Beowulf appears on his arms and legs and disappears from everyone's sight, but then they hear a noise to see how a white armor crashed hard against the ground and they see where Valerie was before, seeing an Issei with his enormous dragon wings and an icy look. Issei, now you got a ticket. Chapter 12. Devil Dragon vs. Hakuryuku. Issei is still seen in the air with his wings spread out, and with Beowulf on his arms and legs shining with a crimson aura and with a serious look watching Valerie recover from the blow. Valerie, you caught me off guard, but it won't happen again, so she flies towards Issei and with her fist she tries to give him a right hook, but it is intercepted by Issei's fist. Issei, you are a strong girl, I admit it, but you still won't be able to beat me. Valerie, but look at how much arrogance you have, all the more reason I will defeat you for my pride as a descendant of Lucifer. In that they begin to throw blow after blow where both Issei and Valerie began to move at high speed, being a blue trail Valerie and a dark red trail Issei, and when their fists collide once again they create a small shockwave sending both to the ground. Issei, not bad, you managed to do some wounds, but it seems that I did much more damage to you. Pointing out the armor as it was missing the top half and the helmet. Valerie, that won't be enough to defeat me, rebuilding the armor and pointing his arm like that the albino heard, divide, 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 divide. In that Issei falls to the ground without energy. Issei, what the hell did you do? He said tiredly. Valerie, I stole your power since that is the ability of my sacred gear, the power to divide my enemy's energy every 10 seconds and make it mine. Issei, damn, I got carried away trying to stand up, but at that moment, he is sent flying with a kick in the air and is hit again and again to be sent back to the ground, creating a large crater. Issei spitting blood, shit, that really hurt to get up and notice that his shirt was completely destroyed and his chest was full of scars from which blood was coming out. If he had something to counteract his power to divide, he would have had difficulty getting out of the crater and, looking into the distance, he could see a blue sphere, knowing that he would commit the biggest folly of his life. Issei taking the sphere, this will hurt me a lot, but my will is stronger. Then he begins to squeeze the sphere and begins to absorb its power, and after a few seconds it was no longer a blue sphere but a white one. Issei, Valerie, I will take your power. Then he puts the sphere in his chest and starts screaming loudly. Issei, Arg, this hurts so much. Falling to his knees as several white lines begin to spread throughout his body and Beowulf disappears from his body. Giving one last cry so that everything lights up with a great white light blinding everyone present. When the light dissipated they could only see a huge crater, but there was no trace of Issei. Yumi, no, where are you, Issei? He said, crying. Valerie, wow, what an idiot, trying to absorb the power of a celestial dragon only ended his life, what an idiot. Sword cut. At that point everyone saw Valerie fall to the ground with a huge cut on the chest of her armor from which blood was gushing out. Valerie, what the hell was that? But when she stands up she receives another cut but on the back and another one on her arms and legs, making her scream in pain. Valerie, damn coward, show yourself. And so if it were magic, everyone could feel a strong pressure, and when they looked up they were scared by the huge creature with a sword. Issei beast mode, HHHHHHHH. Everyone present and Valerie felt fear. But Valerie felt more afraid because she felt that the beast was only looking at her. In that he rebuilds his armor, and with his power he tries to divide his power, but he felt nothing. Issei demonic voice, your power has no effect on me anymore. Flying out like a projectile and launching several energy slashes left and right, making Valerie's mobility difficult and receiving some cuts. Issei thought, I'd better end this since I can't control this new power. At that point he stopped throwing slashes and with both hands he took the sword and concentrating a great amount of power he threw it towards Valerie, consuming her completely and hitting the floor. At the end of her attack, we see Valerie without armor and without clothes since that attack had to be reduced to a little just to leave her unconscious, but not kill her. Then he descends and deactivates his transformation, and from a magic circle he takes out a blanket and puts it on top of him, and when he is about to get up he is taken and pulled by his arm only to feel how someone was kissing him, this being the same Valerie. Valerie, from now on you will be my male and future father of my offspring. Issei, wait, what the buck? Valerie, you don't know that if a male dragon defeats a female dragon they automatically become a couple. Note. Me and the others. Oh my god, the kid is worth cheese. Issei, I'm confused, someone give me an explanation. But when he is about to kiss his now partner again, he hears a sound like glass breaking and a man with a cane comes down from the sky. They are, hey Valerie, what happened to you? Don't tell me it was the security. Valerie, it wasn't because he was very weak, but because he was aiming at Issei. Issei, hello monkey, don't you want a banana, taking out his gun. Son, we better go, taking Valerie and disappearing in a magic circle. Issei, well, it will be for the next time, and when he turns around he receives a blow to the lower part, making him fall to the floor due to the pain, and with difficulty he looks up, and what he sees scares him a lot. Yumi, tell me Issei-kun why that chick was kissing you and why she also told you that you are now her partner, she said it with her lifeless eyes. Issei, please call the police, they are killing me, wow CJ, that my friends is how my best friend died. Issei, shut up and help me stand up, this hurts. At that CJ gives him his hand and helps him get up and walk towards the others who wanted answers about his new transformation, but he just said it will be another time. Unknown location, abandoned castle, Pennsylvania. Henchman, my lady, we have news for you. And that would be. Minions, we have found the perfect candidate to be your king by taking out a form. Taking the form and flipping through some pages, bringing a smile of joy and excitement to her face. Looks like I'll finally have my king by my side. Back with Issei. Issei, why do I want to drink garlic juice so much? Previews and new fanfic. And Issei is seen inside his mind chatting with 3 people. Kratos, boy, I have to tell you something very important. Issei, what a thing. Kratos, without women they will find a way to come to your world, and when they find you they will grape you mercilessly, so become strong. Dante, Issei, I have to warn you that my sister and 4 more crazy women will come for you since you are my reincarnation. Issei, shit. Ryoka, get ready because soon beings from my world will come to you and they will want to destroy it. Issei is seen waking up and says, Issei, great, my life will turn upside down. Meanwhile in another world. Ready girls, let's go for our Spartan. Don't worry Dante-kun, your one san will take good care of your reincarnation. Licking her lips, and behind her you can see 4 women jealous of what she said. My daughter, you meant us. Sorry. Soon we will come for you and destroy everything in our path while a bunch of men are seen building something. You're going to pay, damn traitor, for what you did. Well, this is just a preview of what will happen in CAP 15, and don't worry because I will be uploading it on Saturday, but it will be a bit long. While in another world. Right, who are you? Said a 7-year-old boy, a bit scared/shy. Kratos. My name is Kratos, the ghost of Sparta, an ancient god of war and the All-Father, and you are my successor. Serious, right, you abandoned me in this house. Kratos. From now on I will be your father until your training is finished. You see a tired right with several wounds, and in front of him was a bear that looked at him with anger. Rito, sigh heavily, you won't defeat me Kratos, well done boy. Right, this is just the beginning of the road to legend. Chapter 13. Dante. After the fight against the White Empress, Issei was bombarded with questions and that was causing him a headache, and, unable to bear it any longer, he just said that he didn't know and left the meeting with CJ. Time skipped 1 week. A week had already passed since the meeting, and in that time Issei had not been so calm since lately Yumi had been sticking to him a lot, following him everywhere since according to her she did not want a lizard to want to take away what is hers. Another thing that also happened was that the Nakano tried different ways to get his attention, but Issei always avoided them, as well as the students who still asked for his forgiveness, especially the women. Issei, damn, it's only been a week and they're already screwing me every day. CJ, well, look on the bright side, you're getting in shape with all those marathon races they do for you every day. Issei, you're not helping me black, while sharpening an axe and then splitting a log with it. CJ, keep going like this and soon you'll be as hot as me, doing bodybuilder poses. Issei, you better shut up and help me carry this inside by carrying some logs. CJ, okay, taking some pieces of log and follow Issei to the smithy where he deposits the logs with the others. Issei, well, this is more than enough. CJ, tell me, why do you need so much? Issei, well, you see, my chocolate friend, this wood is special since it can be used to create any type of weapon or object of great value. CJ, and that supposed company you have is in your name, right? Issei, yes and no. The company is in the name of my grandfather Redgrave, and it is a company in charge of selling invaluable and high-value jewels, and since I am the only heir of said company, I am the only one who can touch my grandparents' fortune since either my parents or siblings know about that fortune. CJ, and where is that company? Issei, it is on an island in the north of the Pacific Ocean hidden since there are objects of great value and only the presidents and people of high society know the place since they were friends of my grandfather and grandmother. CJ, so you're super rich. Issei, something like that, but I also have my humanitarian aid companies, protection against child abuse. There is also a company that I gave to a friend and I named it World Aid. And 15 clothing and home products stores in Latin America. But when he is about to continue with his work, he stays still and begins to fall forward completely asleep. CJ, Issei, please wake up. Rebe, calm down, he's fine, he was just called by them to chat. CJ, wait, who are they? Reba, I will only say that my father will have many problems in the future. Inside Issei's mind space. He could be seen sitting, and in front of him were 3 people. One was tall with a serious look and warm clothes. He had a huge red tattoo and an axe on his back and a hammer on his waist. The other had a somewhat carefree and somewhat serene look, and one of his arms was shaped like a black dragon claw. And the last one looked a lot like him, only more mature. He was somewhat tall and had a funny look, and he was sitting on the floor. Issei, who are you and what are you doing inside my mind? Dante, hey kid, calm down a bit, we won't do anything to you, and by the way, it's a nice place. Kratos, calm down kid, don't get upset. Ryoku, MMH. Issei, good, what are you doing here? Dante, well, that's something easy to explain, you are our reincarnation of us 3. Issei, his reincarnation and what it is. Kratos, a reincarnation when a person who died has the option to reincarnate in another body. Ryoku, but it seems that he reincarnated the 3 of us, and you were the one chosen to be the bearer of our powers and titles. Issei, and what would those titles be? Dante, well, mine is the greatest demon hunter in the world and my title is a demon slayer. Kratos, my title is ancient god of war and the father of all. Ryoku, mine is dragon slayer. Issei, and what are you doing inside my head and why did you choose me as the reincarnation of the 3 of you? Dante, well, the truth is that I would be your only reincarnation, but then he came pointing at Kratos, and then he pointed at Ryoku. Issei, and what do they want with me? Kratos, we just want to talk to you kids since several evils are approaching your world, but not now, not later. Issei, I understand, and another question, how did you die? Dante, well, if you want, we can tell you our story and why we are here, and also to warn you about something else. I said it in a funny way and then seriously. Dante, another thing impresses me is how you managed to evolve my transformation. Issei, wait, what transformation? Dante, well, you had to become this. In that a red light surrounds Dante, and a superhuman scream sounds showing a different Dante. Dante Devil, this was the transformation that you should have obtained, but it seems that by using those dragon fragments I modified my devil trigger form into a more powerful one. Issei, you talk like this. Surrounding him was a blood-red aura with hints of black and silver, and a monstrous roar was heard. Issei, I present to you the devil berserker. In this state my strength and resistance increase. Dante, incredible de-transforming and approaching Issei in his berserker state, and starting to look from different angles. Honestly, this form is much more powerful than mine. You have surpassed me, boy. Dante. But you still have a long way to go. You still have a long way to go to surpass me. You still have to master my techniques and my power of Nephilim. Issei, what is that Nephilim already de-transformed? Dante. Well, I am half archangel from my mother and half devil from my father, and that is a Nephilim. Issei. Hey, why did you stutter when you said your mother? Dante. Well, I'll tell you my story. Then some chairs and a table appeared, and on the table there were several pizza boxes. Dante. Well, that's my story, but I'll summarize it. Don't interrupt me when I'm done. You can ask me whatever questions you want. Dante's story. Well, I am the youngest brother. The day I was born, my mother was very happy because she always wanted a boy to spoil and pamper him, and after having raped my father, she was tired and I was born. I was loved by everyone, but the person who loved and cared for me the most was my mother and my sister Veronica Sparta, a serious and somewhat calm girl. Every time my mother had to do something, she took care of me every day. She fed me and even bathed with me when she could. The same with my mother, and when I turned 6 years old my father taught me how to handle the sword and how to use it, and my sister and mother were always there to heal my wounds. And it was until one day demons came with the intention of killing me and my entire family. My father fought with all his power, but there were too many, and with the little power he had he opened 2 portals. In one my mother and sister entered, and in the other I entered, and when I was about to wait for my father he pushed me inside the portal and threw me a case where my sword and pistols and a training guide are. Several years passed, and with what my father left me I became a demon hunter. I had many battles with very strong beings and meetings with several women. I also discovered that I had a niece, and well, she was very attached to me, and sometimes she called me dad. And throughout my life, and when I finished fighting against a demon that threatened to destroy my world called Mundus with the help of my sister and her daughter, we managed to defeat him and lock him up in purgatory. And when I thought it was all over I received a blow that knocked me unconscious, and the last thing I could see was all of them with a dark smile. After a while I woke up and found myself in a room, and when I tried to move I felt that my hands and legs were tied to the bed, and with some force I managed to break my ties, and taking my things I left that room. And when I was about to leave I had to dodge some swords made of ice, and when I looked where they came from I saw them all together. Dante, what does this mean? What is happening to Veronica, Kyrie, Nari, Lucia, Lady Trish, Mom, Patty and Nina? Why are they attacking me? Veronica, hey bro, you still don't know, she said with a smile. Dante, know that. Trish, easy, from the day we met you we started feeling something for you, and we didn't know what that something was until your dear mother revealed it. She said it with a blush. Dante, and you can tell what that is. I said it with some fear from the following sentence. Veronica and Eva us. Nari and Kyrie, we are. Lady and Trish, crazy. Patty, Lucia and Nanny, with love for you. They all said it with hearts in their eyes. Note. Me, I'll just tell you one thing, daughter. Run, hitch, run. End of note. Dante, wait, I can't accept your love for 4 reasons. Veronica, and those 4 reasons would be, she said in a dead voice, for being rejected by her eternal love. Dante, reason number 1, you are my sister, and I don't like incest. 2, you are my mother, and I cannot accept you as my wife. 3, you are my niece, and I would not like to be a northerner, and have the UN, or the CIA capture me for being a pedophile. 4, and this goes for all of you, I only see you as friends. Dante, and those are my 4 reasons, but he couldn't finish because he was sent flying by a blow, going through the wall, and falling into the patio, creating a small hole. That really hurt, to get up and jump back like that, dodging a missile and using his sword to block a sword and a katana. Dante, understand girls, I don't love you, I just want you as my sisters and mother. Veronica, shut up you damn cheater. Dante, how can he be unfaithful if I am nothing to his? Eva, after so many years of taking care of you and pampering you, you thank me this way. You are a bad son and you deserve punishment, creating a sacred sword. Dante, shit starting to dodge his mother's stabs. Trish, take this womanizer starting to shoot. Dante, are you serious? Taking out an energy shield protecting him from bullets, Trish, stop this. Trish, I'll stop if you agree to be our husband. Dante, I would never rather die than be with any of you. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Nari, if you are not one of us. Oh, you won't belong to anyone, they said it madly and in a Yandra voice. And so began a battle that lasted several months until I finally managed to defeat them all, and when I was about to retreat I felt like I was pierced by a katana. I tasted where my heart was. Dante, because he said he was a bit weak since he fought for 5 months, which weakened him quite a bit, in addition to all his weapons being destroyed, his pistols broken and his sword missing half of its edge. Veronica, because we love you and we forgive you, and now we will take you home, we will heal you, we must feed you, and on the wedding day we will grape you until we are pregnant with your children, and we will do this forever until the end of our lives. She said it with a tone of love/sadism and some Yandera. Dante, wow, I don't think it's going to be possible. Veronica, why do you say that, honey? Dante, for this, removing the katana from his chest and with his hand tearing out his heart, and without thinking he crushes it, killing it instantly. Dante, goodbye to everyone, falling to the floor dead. All nu Dante/darling/husband. End of the story. Dante, and that's how I died and came to this world and chose you as my reincarnation. The three present there are somewhat surprised since both Kratos and Ryok went through the same thing. Issei, okay, that was somewhere between incredible, terrifying and finally disgusting. Dante, yes, it's true, ha 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 ha, but now it's up to whoever to tell their story of origin, and where they come from. He said it while taking a slice of pizza and eating it. Kratos, I'll be next, creating a wooden throne with Nordic and Greek runes. Kratos, my name is Kratos, ancient god of war and the father of all, and this is my story. Chapter 14. Kratos. Kratos' story. Kratos, don't interrupt me while I tell you my origin story and how I became the god of war and then the father of everything but from another world. Kratos, I used to be one of the most ruthless Spartan soldiers there was, but one day I was about to die at the hands of the king of the barbarians, and as a last resort I made a pact with the god of war, Ares, and he gave me the power to finish off my enemies. But every pact has a price, and that was losing my wife and daughter, and all because of him. After that I was covered by the ashes of my wife and daughter, and I carried the pain of their deaths by my own hands as I was blinded by power and rage, and I killed them. Then I tried to break my pact with him, but when I tried to do so, I was captured by the Furies, who are in charge of punishing anyone who breaks a pact with a god. As time passed, I was tortured by them day and night until one day I couldn't take it anymore, and with all the rage and anger accumulated I managed to defeat them all and end their lives, and I had to kill their son, since only by killing him would I be freed from my pact with Ares. After a while I began to serve the gods by fulfilling each task they asked of me, and in exchange they would free me from my torment. According to them I was the perfect warrior, since I always finished off my enemies without mercy. One day the god of thunder Zeus gave me the task of defeating Ares, who was destroying Athens. I traveled a long road full of obstacles, and my goal was Pandora's box, where the power to kill or defeat a god was located on the top of a mountain on the back of the fallen titan Kronos. When I got the box I was killed by Ares and succumbed to the underworld, but my will was stronger, and with the help of an old man I managed to get out of hell. Then I came before Ares, and in one of his hands was Pandora's box, and with Zeus' lightning bolt I destroyed more chains and opened the box, where I was enveloped by a white light, and with that power I managed to fulfill my revenge and kill Ares. After a while the gods of Olympus had abandoned me, and climbing to the top of the mountain of Athens and looking at the precipice I said, Kratos, the gods of Olympus have abandoned me. And I jumped into the void hoping for my eternal rest, but it was not possible, since I was saved by the goddess Athena, and she told me that the gods had chosen me as the new god of war. During a time during my stay on Olympus I began to have memories of my past, and I remembered my brother Deimos. Traveled to the territories of Thanatos, a place where not even the gods could go, since he was a judge and a perpetrator of death himself. But I was taken from him and had to face each of Thanatos' lackeys, including his own daughter whom I killed without any mercy. After finding my brother we had a fight, and when he was about to kill me he was captured by Thanatos and taken to another place. Then I helped my brother, and he helped me try to defeat Thanatos, but he killed him, and an uncontrollable rage and anger took over me. Kratos, DIMMHHHARRRGGGGG. After that I buried my brother, and then Athena came to free me from my torment, but a voice told me otherwise, and at the last moment I said, Kratos, the gods will pay for this. After that some time passed, and one day while we were attacking Athena's I made the decision to fight, but it didn't happen because I was attacked by a bird that made me small and I had to fight like that. Until that moment. Zeus, Kratos. Kratos, I don't need your help, Zeus, I can finish this beast. Zeus, I offer you more than help, Kratos, I offer you power. A rather large sword falls from the sky. Hey, here the blade of Olympus was this sword that ended the great war against the Titans. Kratos, let the sword absorb your divine powers, only then will you release its full potential. Kratos, why are you helping me now? After that I put my divine powers into the sword and managed to defeat the giant, but all this was planned by Zeus to weaken me, and then betray me, and then kill me. After that everything went dark and the hands of Hades came for me, but I wouldn't let myself be defeated. And you go help from the ancient Titans who healed me and will guide me to reach the Sisters of Destiny and travel in time to defeat Zeus, but instead I killed Athena. After that I traveled back in time to the era of the Titans. Kratos, Gaia. Gaia, we were waiting for you, ghost of Sparta, but the gods are too strong to face them. Kratos, all Olympus trembles at my name. Zeus is weak, Ares and Athena are dead and he wields the blade. We can win the great war, but not now. Together we will destroy the pathetic gods and watch Olympus fall. Gaia, come with me, return to my time, the battle awaits us. Mount Olympus. Zeus, we have faced worse things than this fallen mortal, but we are gods, brothers. Put aside all the disputes that have separated us for too long and let us unite to stop this, and I will destroy this plague. Olympus will prevail. But then everything starts to shake. Where they dodge the pillars and get to the edge of the viewing platform and look down like this. Kratos, Zeus your son has returned and brings with him the destruction of Olympus. After that, fight against each god, killing each one. First I killed the weakest one, which was Poseidon, then Hades, then Helios, Hermes, Hercules, Hephaestus and Hera, and then some titans who had betrayed me and also Kronos. Finally, I killed my father Zeus, and when it was about to end, I made the decision to free myself from all this power. Kratos, the end of my revenge. Kratos, and that was my story as the god of war of ancient Greece. Issei, hey, but you didn't tell us how you became the father of everything. Kratos, that's it, kid. For a while I was wandering around the world trying to get rid of these cursed swords, but no matter what I did they always came back to me. Then I met a Lydra who helped me forget my past and learn how to be a better person, and as time passed little by little I began to have feelings for her, and after a while we got married and I had my son Atreus. After a while she taught me how to be a good father, but one day my son fell ill because of me since he managed to manifest the Spartan fury, but his body could not hold out and left him in bad condition, and he was almost 2 years in bed, but my wife managed to get the cure, but she had to sacrifice something to be able to obtain the cure. She managed to hold on for a while, and when our son recovered she taught him how to use magic, the bow, read runes and hunt. But when my son turned 12, my wife passed away and she asked with her last breath that we take his ashes to the highest peak. I knew my son was not ready to embark on this journey yet, but I couldn't leave him alone here at home, and I decided to let him accompany me on this adventure to reach the top. On the way we faced several creatures that wanted to stop us, and we also met a witch who lived in the forest named Freya and helped us get to another kingdom to get a beacon of light and be able to cross the black fog, and finally we managed to reach the top only to discover that this was not the mountain but one located in the kingdom of Jotunheim. Kratos, are you sure this is a good idea? Mimir, just do it bro, trust me. After that she cuts off his head and takes it to Freya where she magically reanimates his head, and then night falls and Freya offers them both to stay overnight. Freya, little one, you can sleep in this room, and you, Kratos, can sleep in mine. Kratos, don't forget I'll sleep here. Freya, no, you are my guest and I ask you to sleep in my room please. Kratos sighs, okay. After that we both slept in the same bed. Freya whispering, you are so strong and so mature, and you are also a widowed father, and you have a cute son, and you are more handsome than my ex-husband. How I wish you were my husband and I would always take care of you and do everything you ask of me. Giving a lick with the Spartan's abdomen, tasting his cold sweat and blushing at the macho taste he had. The next morning Kratos and his son Atreus continued their journey to spread the ashes of his wife/mother. Freya, goodbye my Spartan, I hope you return intact. Time passed, and we managed to arrive, and with the power of Mimir we managed to open the portal to the kingdom of the giants, but it would not last long since Baldur intervened again in our path, and after a long fight I destroyed the portal, causing an explosion that sent us flying far away. Atreus, no father, what did you do was our only means of arrival. Kratos, Atreus, calm down. After calming my son down, we return to Freya, where she happily welcomes him. Mimir, I have an idea. If we manage to recover my other eye and use the power of the tree we will arrive. But when we were halfway there we met Thor's children, and we fought them, but my son fell ill because of me and I had to go back home and look for something from my past. After recovering them, I traveled to the Midgar Hell in search of the ingredient to cure my son. Meanwhile with Freya. Freya, you know little one, maybe in some time or not so distant future I will become your new mother. But first I have to get rid of your brother Baldur. That poor thing has to die no matter what, and I will be his executioner, and when I kill him I would only be missing Odin and his son Thor and you and your father, and I will be a happy family. She said it with a blush, imagining Kratos making her his and having many sons and daughters. Back with the Spartans. After defeating the Guardian, I take his heart and return to Freya and give it to her, and with some magic she creates the potion and gives it to Atreus, who manages to recover. After that we do all that, and we manage to get there, but at that moment Baldur appears last. Freya, I'll have to pretend surprise, and when they weaken him I'll ask Kratos to let me talk to him, and then when they're gone I'll kill him. Note, the whole fight is like in the game. Kratos, Atreus. Atreus, father. After that we left Freya with her son to reconcile. Freya, seeing that they have already left, changes her worried face to a Yandra one. Baldur, what are you going to do to me, mother? But he couldn't continue because he was stabbed with his own mother. Freya, shut up, damn mistake. Because of you I had to hurt my future husband, and now he has some resentment towards me for almost killing his son. Baldur, this is not you, and why are you doing this just to feel another sword stabbed into your other lung? Freya, I'll tell you why I love him. He's the perfect man, and now that he's a widower I have free rein to make him my husband, and you're just standing in my way. So say goodbye to this world by raising your sword. Baldur, you are crazy, you cough. I will never ever love a crazy person like your mother again. Freya, he will love me and I will kill any hitch who comes near him, and maybe I will let him have a harem, but I will be the first, and now die. Ending Baldur's life. Freya, soon you will be mine alone, my Kratos, leaving the place. Kratos, after having scattered the ashes we returned home to rest. After several years passed, and we were visited by Thor and then by Odin. They only came in peace and made a non-aggression agreement, but I refused and had a fight with Thor. He was strong but somewhat slow. Note, the rest is like in the game until the final battle against Odin. Odin, what are you waiting for, fool? Kill him. Thor, no. Odin, no, how come I'm not your father and you will do what I order you and I'm ordering you to kill him? Thor, drop your hammer, I said no. In that he is pierced by Odin's spear, killing him. After Sindri kills Odin he leaves with his brother Brog. Note, Brog doesn't die. After that, some time passed and I had to separate myself from my son since he had to follow his own path but without me by his side. Over time I am crowned as the new king of Asgard, and with my leadership we managed to repair everything that Odin corrupted by his hunger for power and knowledge. But then the least expected thing happens. Kratos is seen with Sindri and Brog looking at some plans of a blacksmith shop, and Kratos senses the danger approaching and grabs Sindri and Brog and puts them on the ground and passes 2 arrows over them. To look back, and what Kratos saw could only be like a dream or a nightmare or an illusion. Kratos, this is not possible. How are they alive? Freya, it was thanks to my love, coming out of the shadows and standing next to them. Kratos, but how? Freya, easy, I just had to do a few things and a little magic and that's it. And why is Kratos like this? Since in front of him was his first and second wife and his daughter, and also 2 more women. Kratos, Lysandra, Calliope, Faye, Sif, and Aphrodite. Lysandra, honey, I'm back to being with you. Calliope, Dad. Aphrodite, hello my handsome Spartan, you have become more mature and handsome. Faye, my love, where is our son? Sif, I have decided that you will be my new husband. Freya, you don't like your gift, Kratos. I brought back from death your 2 wives and also your lover and another concubine. Serious Kratos, Freya, this is not fun, but he would feel like someone hugged him tightly from behind, and when he saw who it was he was surprised. Athenia. Athenia, hello my warrior, to take him by the face and kiss him with desire, but Kratos manages to break free from the hug and put himself on guard with his shield and axe, but he would be detached from her and would fly into Faye's hands. Kratos, Faye, give me that. Faye, not until you tell me where our son is. Kratos, he is following his own path. But he would protect himself with his shield from the axe blow. Faye, you did your duty to take care of him, and now he's out there alone in this dangerous world. Kratos, he is already a man, woman is no longer a child. But he would be sent flying and breaking a column. Faye, don't talk to me like that, honey. And so I had a long battle against each of them, and one by one they fell to the ground unconscious, and the only ones still standing were Freya with her Valkyrie Queen armor, but her helmet was missing and her sword was broken, Faye in her giant mode and with her axe broken in half, and Athena with her armor somewhat destroyed and her shield in half. But I was in worse shape, my shield completely destroyed and one of my swords broken in half. I could only support myself with my spear, and Brock and Sindri on the ground with some wounds but not mortal, and their armor and weapons somewhat broken. Kratos, I'm too old for this, he said tiredly and with some deep wounds, and his healing factor was somewhat slow. Freya, give up, honey, you can't keep fighting. Athena, Kratos, stop this, we just want to be with you. Faye, honey, if you give up, I promise not to be so harsh with you. Kratos, I will not give up, to throw his spear, but due to the tiredness he felt he fell again. Freya, don't worry darling, it won't hurt much, and we will take care of you and grape you for all eternity. But when she is about to give the final blow, an arrow sticks into the ground and explodes in smoke in front of them, clouding her vision. Atreus, father, I'm here, said a more mature Atreus, taking his father and carrying him, and with one jump dodging an arrow. Freya, they will not escape by loading another arrow and shooting, but the arrow would be stopped by Atreus' shield. Faye, son, let go of your father and come give your mother a hug. But Atreus does not pay attention to him and turns into a huge bird, and with his legs he takes Brock and Sindri, and destroying the roof he escapes with his father and the dwarf brothers. Faye's face was dark as her own son ignored her. While in another place you see Atreus, Brock and Sindri winged by Kratos, who was in the last days. Kratos, son, come closer. Atreus then approaches and Kratos takes off the ring and gives it to Atreus. Kratos, my spear is now yours, it will help you when you are in trouble. Atreus, please father, don't die. Kratos, calm down son, be strong, I've lived a lot and look at you, you're already a man. Atreus, thanks for the compliment, father, but you are not the only one who is being chased by crazy women, as I am too. Kratos, ha 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 ha, who would have thought that, like father, like son, ha 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 ha, cough cough. Well son, I'll just ask you one more thing. Atreus, what a cool thing. Kratos, take care of our home from them and bury my body in a place far from this realm and pamper guide it and protect it. Mimir, it's okay brother. Kratos, goodbye everyone, closing his eyes to never open them again. Atreus, no, 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 Father E. End of Kratos' story. And that's how I died, and my soul, instead of going to paradise, ended up in this dimension, and I chose you as my reincarnation. Issei, wow, your life was horrible, but in the end you had a happy moment with your son, and until the moment of your departure you managed to say goodbye to him. Dante, you suffered more than us to embrace Kratos, and so did Ryoku and Issei. Note: not homo. Issei, well, it seems that the only thing missing is your Ryoku. Ryoku, well, I don't have a partner, but I was betrayed by those I thought were my friends. Chapter 15. Ryoku. Ryoku, well, my story is short. The day I was born, I was cursed by a witch saying that I would be the one to start chaos in the world. My parents never knew that, and they didn't take care of me for a while, and then when I turned 10, I was locked up like an animal by my own parents, and they told me that I would never be the king of the kingdom, and that I was a mistake. Every day they would send one of their guards to beat me within an inch of my life. But I always ended up cured and without any traces of pain or wounds because my curse healed me, and for 6 years I suffered all kinds of torture, and little by little I lost the sparkle in my eyes and a great anger grew inside me. One day the guards left the door open, and with all my strength I broke the chains that bound me. I managed to kill some guards and stole what they had and left that place forever. For a time I traveled the world saving people from slavery to kings corrupted by power, and as time went by some people joined me and we formed a group that saved people and we gained fame. But what I didn't know was that they were only with me for fame, riches and more. One day I was entrusted with killing a dragon that was destroying a village. I decided to go alone, and when I arrived the whole town was on fire. I walked around the place for a while to see if there were any survivors. But I was hit roughly and thrown against a house, becoming embedded in it, and spitting out some blood, and when I came out I had to crouch down to avoid a blow that destroyed the house. In front of me was a huge black dragon about 40 meters tall with sharp blood-red eyes and sharp teeth capable of piercing the hardest steel. I won't lie, it was a somewhat difficult battle but not impossible. In the end I managed to kill the dragon, but I lost my right arm. Already tired and somewhat thirsty, I looked at the corpse of the dragon, and according to an urban legend, if you bathe in the blood of a dragon you will be immune to diseases and sacred and demonic weapons. So I took off my armor and clothes, and with the remaining half of my sword I cut his neck, letting his blood fall on me, bathing me in it, and I should too. After that I went into one of the houses and took a nap, but it didn't last long. As my body began to release steam and a great pain began to be felt throughout my body, and where my arm was before a new one began to grow out, but this one was scaly and black with sharp claws. All over my body began to be surrounded by scales. My teeth grew a little longer, and unable to bear the pain I let out a terrifying scream. Note: something like that. After that I fell asleep. The next morning I woke up looking at my body, noticing the changes in my new arm, but I decided to hide it with some bandages. When I left the house I noticed that the dragon's body was still there, and taking my sword I decapitated it, and without difficulty I carried it to the guild and claimed the reward. After a while I decided to train my new state, since I did not fully control my strength and speed as my resistance had increased, and after a while I began to work with the fangs and scales of the dragon to forge armor, and a much stronger and more resistant sword. Some time later, posters with my face on them began to appear, asking that if they found me, they would take me to the kingdom where I used to live, since according to the kings there, they missed their lost son. But they could never find me because when I bathed in the dragon's blood my appearance and face changed. But not everything was happiness, as a war broke out against the demons of purgatory, and they were stronger than the heroes or obsidian rank mercenaries. It was a total massacre. Many of them died and several towns and kingdoms were reduced to rubble. No matter what they did, they couldn't defeat them, but I could defeat them, and that surprised the demons since I wasn't mortal, but rather a human/dragon hybrid. And so I began a battle that lasted 5 days, where I never stopped fighting for a second because my blood was screaming for a fight to the death. And so I finished off each one of them and killed 3 of the 7 generals of Lucifer, these being Satan, Beelzebub and Astaroth. The demons that were still alive, seeing their generals dead, fled when they saw me. When I saw that there was no one left, I fell to the ground, tired and at a loss. I could see my companions. I thought they would help me, but it was the opposite. Ryoku, I'm glad you came to help me with these wounds, but he couldn't finish when he saw how he was pierced by a spear. And with difficulty I saw how his companions smiled at him arrogantly, and he could see the others with the same smile, and there I knew that they were never my friends. Ryoku, why? Knight, because you are a threat to us since you are a monster in human skin, worse than a demon. Ryoku, I thought we were friends. Archer, we are friends of a monster, don't make me laugh. Ryoku, this won't stay like this, accumulating power, but I felt like my energy was drained. Sorceress, I will not allow you to use your magic while I have this, showing a ring that glowed with a golden aura draining its power. And at that moment I was knocked out and taken to the kingdom, where I was delivered to later be put in a special dungeon where I would be used as a weapon. Ryoku, damn, how long have I been here? Looking at his beard, it was kind of long. I was locked up for a long time and was used for fights, and I couldn't refuse because they had put an obedience collar on me and used me to conquer kingdoms and towns, and I could only watch as those people who used to call me a hero with faces of fear and horror. Ryoku, I want to be free, looking out the window with bars. After looking at the landscape for a while, I decided to lie down on the ground. While out there, Ryoku's supposed friends could be seen at a big party, as they would be promoted to heroes, but everything began to shake and the generals of hell and Lucifer himself came out of the ground, scaring everyone. At that point a massacre began where everyone except Ryoku's former friends, who escaped like cowards, were slaughtered without mercy. Lucifer, bring me that Ryoku guy. Then they entered the dungeon and dragged him to be in front of Lucifer, who was sitting on a golden throne, and with an amused look he said, Lucifer, so you're the mortal who managed to kill my 3 generals. Ryoku, if there is any problem with me killing them. Lucifer, none, in fact I came to make you a proposal. Ryoku, and that would be? Lucifer, that you become one of my generals and... But then a little demon girl came out and approached Lucifer to sit on his lap and look at Ryoku with a smile. Girl, daddy, I want him as my guardian. Lucifer, whatever it takes for me, little girl, and tell me you agree to be my general and also my daughter's personal guardian. Ryoku is in a mental battle deciding whether to join them or reject the offer. But that's when I made my decision. Ryoku, I didn't reject your offer. I'd rather die here than be your servant. Lucifer, okay, if things are like this, die. And so I died, and I thought that everything was over and I could finally rest, but it was not so, because my soul was taken to this dimension and I was put inside you. Issei, in me, but who could it have been? Ryoku, I don't know and I don't care, but you have to train, because at the level you are now you won't be able to fight any of the demons of my world, since they are stronger than the demons of your world. Kratos, same with those in my world, there are creatures that will crush you like an ant. Dante, my demons are somewhat weak, but the generals and beasts are strong. Issei, okay, I'll do my best to surpass you 3. Kratos/Ryoku/Dante, one more thing. At that the 3 put their hands on Issei and transfer some of their power to him. Issei, what was that? Dante, I gave you my sword skills and some techniques and also some of my power. Kratos, I gave you part of my power and an ability that will help you, but you are not ready to use it. Ryoku, when you wake up you will see a change in yourself. At that Issei began to disappear. Real world. Issei, where am I? CJ, you finally wake up, sleeping beauty. Issei, CJ, what happened? CJ, well, you were talking to me about your company and other things when out of nowhere you fell asleep. By the way, I like your new appearance. Issei, what? He then gets up and runs to a mirror, and what he sees leaves him in shock. Issei, what happened to me, looking at his more mature body and his muscles. Note, ignore the armor and think he's just in pants and no shirt. He had returned with his brown hair only darker and saw his arm completely changed. Issei, well, I'll just say one thing going outside. CJ, and that would be standing next to Issei. Issei/CJ, This is Mus Mamadamusis. Chapter 16. Goodbye Core Academy. And Issei can be seen admiring his new state doing bodybuilder poses, and next to him was his colored brother imitating his action. Issei, well my dear friend, I think it's time for me to retire from the academy and go to work since I haven't visited you for a long time. CJ, okay, I'll follow you wherever you go, and remember where the action is. Issei, there is fun taking out a huge crazy and mocking smile at the same time. They then entered the house to change clothes, but due to Issei's new body each of their shirts were destroyed by his enormous pectorals and his well-defined six-pack. Issei, hey CJ, can you give me a little help? CJ, let me take care of it by taking out a controller and starting to move and pressing some buttons if Issei appears cheat active. At that he was magically dressed in a formal suit, but it was somewhat tight, showing off his muscles. Issei, thanks for the help bro. CJ, you're welcome bro. Giving each other a handshake. But then they would hear a noise. And they would see above them a logo that said Achievement Unlocked Muscular Friendship. Issei/CJ, Great and Achievement Unlocked. After that somewhat strange scene they leave the house towards the garage to get into the Lamborghini Venom, and at maximum speed travel through the streets of the city of Kwa towards the academy. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Rosaria can be seen walking accompanied by a blonde-haired girl, a black-haired girl and a green-haired girl who had several shopping bags in their hands. Rosaria, come on girls, there are still many stores to check out. Azealia, this place is amazing and it just opened 3 days ago and there are many top-quality clothing stores. Michaela, I'm still curious to know who Redgrave is since that's just a nickname to hide his true identity. Judith, what matters here is the things that are there, but she stops suddenly and runs out like a little girl to a robotics and manga store, to come out carrying a huge box, a giant-sized Godzilla robot, and several mangas and several bags. Rosaria, seriously. Azealia, oh leave her alone. I would also do the same as her, but I am an adult, and I do not behave like a child. Sir, come and buy the best wine brought from Italy and France itself, fertilized for more than 500 years. Then everyone looked where Azealia was supposed to be, and she was no longer there, and they just saw her come out with several boxes of wine. Michaela, so adult, huh? Azealia, shut up, fat sister. At that point Michaela falls to the ground and starts crying because they called her fat. Rosaria, calm down Michaela, you're not fat, just a little swollen. But then she cries even louder for being called inflated. But then the others heard the sound of something moving at high speed to stop suddenly in front of them, but Michaela didn't care about that and continued crying. But then everyone present heard the sound of something coming at full speed and it caught the attention of the girls present there, and of Michaela herself who stopped crying to see what was happening. Back with Issei. CJ, hey bro, are you sure that shortcut is safe? Issei, at what point did I say it was safe? CJ, I don't know, maybe. For all the patrols that are following us, since you had the balls to throw a policeman's donuts on the floor and yell at him, you've done a great exercise and now we have more than 6 patrols behind us. Issei, don't worry, we'll lose them, trust me. CJ, I'd better write my will because I'm about to die or worse be grazed by the policewomen since I'm chocolatey. Issei, don't exaggerate and stay calm, I know what I'm doing. Patrol, stop right there you bucking donut killer. Issei, giving the middle finger to the cops. CJ, Issei, be careful, we are entering a curve. Issei, hearing that, decides to shift into second gear and skid around the curve, and in slow motion he sees Rosaria, Azealia, Michaela, and a green-haired girl he didn't know, and as he goes around the curve he accelerates fully, losing the police, who don't stop in time and start crashing into each other, creating a pile of crashed cars. Issei, see, problem solved. CJ, at least no one was hurt, but out of nowhere he hears an explosion and decides to look back to see how all the patrol cars are on fire. Issei, and a new one starts accelerating at full speed and losing sight. Meanwhile at the academy you could see the quintessential girls preparing something. Nino, okay girl, remember the plan. Itsuki, step 1, convince him to come over for a chat. Miku, Step 2 offer her this cake with aphrodisiac. Nino, Step 3 use our charms and do it with him until you get pregnant with him. Yotsuba, Step 4 make him take responsibility for us. Ichika, final step is to get him to marry us and live far away and have lots of kids with him and have him forgive us for the stupid things we did 8 years ago. Note, it's a shame that they don't know what his new appearance looks like and they don't know who CJ is either. Back with Issei. He could be seen parking the car in front of the academy to get out, followed by his friend, where the two of them were the center of attention, but the looks were more directed at Issei since the girls thought he was a new teacher due to his physique and large size. And CJ was not far behind, as his chocolate color made women drool. At that point, they both began to walk into the academy with destination in the direction. Already in front of the door, they knock on the door, and after a few seconds they receive a pass from inside. Both men enter and shout, they say. Issei, WASSSSAA. Director, who are you? Issei, hey friend, come in now. CJ, WASSSSAA. Director /ISCI, WAWASSSASA. Director /Issei /CJ, WAASSSAA. Director, no, seriously, who are you two? Issei, well, Director, it's me, Issei. Hayadu. I said it with hatred because of his last name. Director, and what do you need young Issei here with me? Issei, simple, I'm here for my papers to change schools. The Director, just by hearing that, knew that he could not do anything to stop him since he was in his complete right to change schools, since he did nothing to stop the students or teachers when all that started about him being the one who sold information about the school to others, and when the truth was discovered it was too late to apologize for his ignorance. Okay, give me a few minutes and I'll give you what you need. Issei, it's okay. But what they didn't know is that there was a blonde spy listening to their conversation. Yumi. So you will leave my Issei-kun to run away from the place with tears falling from her eyes since she could not see her beloved anymore. Back inside the address you can see how the door is opened and Issei and CJ came out to get in the car and get out of there, but then two redheads passed by them, these being none other than Nino and Itsuki, who were looking for him. Issei, it seems they couldn't identify me, that's a relief. Once outside he could see how everyone was looking at him with curiosity. But he didn't care and calmly continued on his way, but stopped when he could see a blonde sitting under a tree crying. Issei, CJ, take this and go ahead, I have to talk to someone. CJ, okay, I'll wait for you in the car, but don't take long. I don't like the way women are looking at me. In that, Issei slowly approaches Yumi, who is still crying and feels like someone sits next to her, but she didn't care about that, but then someone hugs her, and she unconsciously stops crying and looks at the person who is her beloved Issei. Issei, Yumi, why are you crying? Something happened. But in response he receives a slap in the face. Yumi, if something happens to me, I just heard everything, she said it with a face between angry and sad. Issei, and that would be while rubbing his cheek. Yumi, that you're going to go to another school and leave me alone with all these idiots. Issei, it's for the best, because if I stay here I will be blamed again for something I didn't commit, and I prefer to be somewhere else but here. Yumi, but you don't have to go, I need you here with me because I. Issei, you what? Yumi, I love you. Issei with his face darkened, are you playing with me like that boy Lucy did? He said it seriously. Yumi, no, what I'm telling you is pure and true. I have loved you since the day I met you when I was a child. I admired your way of being and how kind you were to everyone, and little by little I fell in love with you. But then she came and snatched you from my side, and that made me grow a great hatred against her, and when I found out what happened to you, my anger increased and I was about to kill her, but I couldn't since she was Bucho's sister. Issei, calm down now, hugging her. But she just tried to get away, but she couldn't because Issei was stronger than her, and she chose to bite him on the neck, but it didn't work. Issei, that won't work, you know I'm different from all of you, and now I don't belong to the spoiled gremmery. Yumi, what do you mean by that, looking at him in your eyes? Issei, well, let's say that I managed to expel the pawn pieces from inside me due to the increase in my power, and her chess pieces couldn't hold up that long and ended up coming out of me, and when that happened I managed to purify my body, making it 100% dragon. Note: 50% dragon, 25% devil/archangel, 25% god of war. End of note. Yumi, it means you won't be with us anymore. Issei, no, I will be with you since I feel that the things that will happen later will be more fun, but for the moment I will not tell the Gremry anything. When the time comes I will reveal the truth. Yumi, Issei, can I ask you please? She said, blushing. Issei, tell me what you want and I will fulfill it. Yumi, I want you to have a date with me. Issei blushed. Okay, what day do you want that ssei date? Yumi, when the holidays start on a Saturday I will wait for you in the square. Issei, okay, I'll be there. In that, Yumi takes Issei's face and gives him a tender kiss full of love and joy. Yumi, goodbye Issei-kun. After that you can see an Issei sitting in the passenger seat, while CJ was driving and carefully touching his lips, tasting the strawberry flavor that Yumi left on them. Issei, hey brother, do you think I should go? CJ, I think so brother, because you need to go out more. Issei, but I'm afraid she just wants to play with me like she did. CJ, calm down my Japanese, I've seen that girl and she really loves you, and I also know that you feel the same way about her. Issei, how do you know that? CJ, do you think I was born yesterday? I've seen how you look at her out of the corner of your eye every day. Issei, wait, how do you know that he looks at it analytically? CJ, simple drones. Issei, you've been spying on me this whole time. CJ. Issei, you're a bastard with nothing to do with your life other than spying on your brother in his daily life. CJ. Issei, since I got here until I found out about the supernatural from you, I realized that your life will be my favorite novel. Issei. CJ, okay, enough talking, it's time to go home, I want to get some sleep. Meanwhile, in the academy you could see all the students sitting in their seats except one, and that was Issei. Meanwhile, in the same classroom, you could see 4 red-haired girls looking with some anguish at the empty place of their beloved who did not arrive. But then everyone heard the sound of a door being opened where both the teacher and the director entered it, and the teacher's face showed sadness and the director's pity. Principal, dear students of 3rd A, I come to inform you that today there was a transfer of a student from Kwa High School to Ishiyama High School. Random student, and who was the one who transferred to that high school for delinquents and lunatics? He said it with some fear because of the name of that horror high school where criminals and members of different mafias live, as well as people with a lot of money. Main, the student transferred to that high school is Issei Spartans. At that moment you could hear several hearts being broken and the screams of 4 girls. Nino/Itsuki/Ichika/Miku, ISSSEII-kun. Meanwhile, the aforementioned man was in the yard of his house lifting weights with his faithful black friend. Issei, hey CJ, did you hear something? CJ, I didn't hear anything. Issei, nah, it must have been my imagination. Chapter 17. Father and Daughter Day. After what happened, a shirtless Issei could be seen inside his smithy, and with a somewhat serious look while on the table there were some designs of a new artifact that he was making alone. Now he was somewhat thoughtful. Issei, I can't think of anything to use this for, plus I have to get the materials for this, but I'll leave it for another day. At that point he gets up from his chair and begins to put away everything that was on the table to store it inside a trunk and lock it with a padlock. Then he takes a rag and dries his somewhat sweaty face due to the courage he had in there. He then looks at his arm to deactivate the camouflage spell, showing his black arm with red scales and razor-sharp fingers, sighing heavily and applying the spell again, hiding his arm. Issei, every day it is difficult for me to control this new power, but thanks to the seals that I have all over my body it allows this power not to get out of control. Note, Issei is now 50% dragon, 25% Nephilim and 25% God, but thanks to some seals he manages to hide his power, leaving only the dragon aura. Then he begins to walk to an elevator, and by pressing a button he begins to go up to the top floor of his house to see a CJ watching TV and his daughter Rebe next to him. Then he walks towards the kitchen and opens the cupboard, takes out some cereal and some milk from the refrigerator, and then sits down on a chair and begins to eat his breakfast. CJ, hey buddy, your vacation that you planned to take today has already started. Issei, I don't know, maybe I stayed up all day playing PS4 or sleeping. Rebe, what if we go out for a walk and go to the mall like a father-daughter day? Issei, you know that's a very good idea since this way we buy you some clothes since you're still wearing the same clothes as always. Rebe, Dad, don't embarrass me, she said blushing a bit, but out of embarrassment, since she always wore the same clothes. Issei, ha ha ha, now my little one, I won't do it again. Well, first I have breakfast, I take a shower, I change my clothes and we leave. Rebe, yes, I will have new clothes and some other things. I said it because she wanted many things. After that you can see an already fixed Issei, and then he looks at CJ and says, Issei, okay, we're leaving now. Don't touch the PS4. CJ, but? Issei, don't touch the bucking PS4. CJ, okay. At that point you hear the sound of the door being closed. Then you hear the sound of the car being started and how it was leaving. CJ. Then turn on the PS4 and also the TV to use the Issei account and enter the war zone. CJ, wow, it seems like someone hasn't bought the pass. It's a shame that these 50,000 code points mysteriously disappear. Meanwhile on a road you could see a red Challenger GT going at top speed, and inside it you could see a calm Issei and a Rebe who is also calm, feeling the wind blowing her long mixed hair. Issei thought, because I feel like something very precious to me has just been stolen from me. Nah, it must be my imagination. Rebe, which shopping center will we go to? Issei, we'll go to the one that opened a few weeks ago and buy you all the clothes you want. Rebe, they say that shopping center has a movie theater. Afterwards we can go see a movie, yeah. Issei, it's okay, whatever it is for me, little princess. Meanwhile in another part of the world, more specifically in Tokyo faction of the yokais, you could see two women, one a beautiful blonde with fox features and huge H-cup breasts, and a little girl just like the older one. But out of nowhere the little girl grabs her chest tightly, worrying the woman. Yasaka, daughter, something bad is happening to you. Kunu, nothing mom, I just felt like someone was taking something from me that will be mine in the future, and they took it from me. Yasaka, I'm sure it's nothing important, let's go for a walk so that the pain goes away. Kunu, okay mom. Back with father and daughter. They had already arrived at the mall and it was huge, and they were looking at different stores of both clothing and other things, and then Issei went to a secluded place and put everything inside a storage circle, all the gifts, toys and clothes of his daughter. Now you could see an Issei with his daughter sitting eating some tacos and drinking some mango/strawberry rastados. Issei, you had fun today, daughter. Rebe, yes, Dad, today was amazing. Now all that's left is to watch a movie, and he's ready to continue enjoying his food. After eating, everyone heads to the line to buy tickets to the cinema to see the new Mario Brothers movie, but then they hear the scream of a woman who curled up on the floor. At that point Issei approaches her and asks what's wrong. Woman, sniff, the tickets for the Mario movie are gone and now I'll have to wait until next week, and I know there will be people who will spoil it for me in my face, wah. At that Issei just sighed with tiredness, but then he saw how his daughter approached to bend down and extend her insides to her, making the woman's eyes light up with joy. Rebe, take it, miss. I know you've been looking forward to watching this movie. Besides, I can watch it another day with my dad. At that the woman happily takes the entrance, making her smile with happiness, and hugs the girl in a warm embrace. Woman, thank you very much, thank you, you are a very good girl, she said happily and rubbing her cheeks against hers, bringing a smile to the people who saw this. Issei, well, since everything is resolved we can go. Rebe, yes, Dad. Then he takes his father's hand and they begin to walk, getting lost in the crowd. Woman, wait, I didn't ask your name, but it was late and they had already left. Then he looks at her, enters, and with a smile says, someday we will see each other again. Note, she is a Juka femme and I need a name for her. You can see how father and daughter are at a fair that is near the mall, and they decided to go there to have a little fun. They got on the roller coaster, to the house of horror where Issei was hugged by all the women, making his daughter laugh since her father didn't have shit on her on none of this. Then they played some games where on more than one occasion they tried to scam Issei, but he was smarter, and with some of his strength he won each game, leaving some without prizes and others without money. But those who suffered the most were the people who cooked, since in every stand Issei was at, he devoured everything and continued to be hungry, causing more than one store to close, but with a huge fortune in his possession. After having finished with almost all the food stalls and also the games, they decide to leave with their loot where, being somewhat far away, Issei proceeds to store everything in a storage circle. Then head to the parking lot to get in the car and head home. Meanwhile in the house you can see CJ playing very calmly until he leaves the controller on the table and suddenly gets up. CJ, my nigga sense is telling me a dragon is coming at top speed. I better get out of the game before it gets there or I'll be dead. At that point he leaves the game to quickly turn off the PS4 and the TV and put the controller in their place, and quickly run to the kitchen and start cooking. Out of nowhere the door is opened wherein Issei enters carrying a sleeping Reba. Issei, we're back, he said it slowly because he didn't want to wake up his princess. In another part of the world a girl screams in pain, and the same thing happens in other parts of the universe. CJ, and how was the purchase? Issei, nothing out of the ordinary, plus everything I bought only cost me 0.1% of my money mouth face. CJ, wow, I didn't know you were that rich. Issei, yes I know. Then he goes up the stairs to enter a room and lays his daughter down. Then he goes down and walks to the kitchen and looks seriously at CJ. Issei, you touched the PS4. CJ, no, how do you think I would be capable of that? Issei, I don't know, maybe because I got the message on my bucking cell phone about the purchase of 30,000 Fortnite turkeys and also that I just spent my 50,000 code points from my account. CJ, I'm sorry. Issei, no. At that moment, an Issei is seen chasing a black man through the streets while he had a chainsaw in his hands. Issei, come here you bucking blackhead, I'm going to chop you up. CJ, if you can catch me starting to run faster. Issei, so using your tricks you won't escape from me, increasing your speed as well. Chapter 18. Date with Yandere. After what happened the day before, a calm Issei is seen having breakfast while watching the news. Reporter, latest news. Last night, a large man with a chainsaw was seen chasing a black person with the intention of chopping him up. Let's move on to the witness who saw it all. Witness, I'm sitting here very calmly drinking a beer and out of nowhere I see a black man jump over my fence to start running, and when I was about to yell at him and complain, I see my fence being destroyed by a chainsaw and I see a man with a crazy look ask me where he went, and I'm all scared and I point out the direction the guy went, and I see how he takes out a big wad of bills and then apologizes for the fence, and I see how he goes back to destroy the other fence on the other side to, according to me, continue with his carnage. I will report. Thanks for the information and remember to stay inside your houses because there is a man on the loose. I am, but then the television is turned off by a serious Issei who sighs heavily. Issei, good thing I had that hockey mask on, otherwise I'd be surrounded by the police right now, all because of a brute who can't obey a rule. Looking at a CJ who was on his knees and on his back was a large block of concrete. CJ, I already apologized, can you get this off me? I can't feel my legs anymore. Issei, no. CJ, there we go, you'll continue like this just because I spent your code points. Issei, and not only that, he also spends almost $5,000 on Fortnite turkeys. To get up and wash his cutlery and leave the kitchen towards his room to after a few minutes go down with other clothes and take the keys. Issei, daughter, you are in charge and if he escapes from his punishment, you are allowed to do whatever you want with him. Rebe, whatever with some malice in his voice, and by the way, where you are going so dressed up, Dad? Issei, today I promised to go on a date with a girl and we would meet today at the park, so you are in charge. Bye. To close the door and walk to the garage and get on his motorcycle and proceed to turn it on and put on his helmet. Rebe, well, since I'm in charge you'll be my couch for the rest of the day. CJ, I would never rather endure this pain than be your couch. At that, Reba, with his eyes shadowed, approaches CJ to crouch down and look at him with a dead look which scared the black man a little. Rebe, what did you say, Uncle Carlos? If you want, I can increase the weight of this to 1 ton. At that, CJ turned pale and with some fear said, CJ, you know on second thought I'll be your couch. At that, Rebe changes her look to one of joy and then lifts the large rock as if it were nothing, surprising CJ with the ease with which she lifted said object, making a mental note not to make this girl angry in her forehead. He then stands up suddenly to start stretching his muscles and cracking his bones before walking to the living room and sitting on the floor, horse style. At that, Rebe sits on it very happy and turning on the TV takes the PS4 controller and logs into her account to then open Minecraft, and with a happy voice says, Get ready for the couch because we'll be playing all day until I get all the achievements in the game. CJ, God kill me, I said it mentally. Meanwhile on the road you can see an Issei driving at top speed towards Qua Park where his date was waiting for him. Upon arriving, he gets off his motorcycle, attracting the attention of all the women in the area, no matter if they were teenagers or married women. They all looked at him as if he were a delicious, well-muscled piece of meat, which caused more than one to have unholy thoughts about the brunette, and others were simply wet from the excitement. But when they were about to flirt with the brown-haired boy, they felt that something was wrong because out of nowhere they felt a murderous instinct that terrified all the women, but they did not know where this fear came from. At that point a voice was heard. Yumi, I see Koen, she said it with a big smile to hug with much affection her future husband and father of her children and the man of her wettest dreams. Note: me/everyone, damn miss. Issei, wow Yumi, you look beautiful. Yumi, thanks, I see Koen blushing a little at the compliment. Note: me, look at those beautiful thighs, issei. After that the couple begins to walk through the park looking at some fish in the pond and then buy some ice cream to continue with their date, where Issei was pulled by a blonde who is happy because according to her she is having an almost perfect date. Issei, hey Yumi, I'll go to the bathroom for a while and I'll be back. Yumi, okay, I see Kun, I'll wait for you here. The brunette then heads to the bathroom, but what he didn't know was that some guys were following them throughout their date, and now that he's gone they had free pass to flirt with the girl. Then they began to approach Yumi, and upon seeing her more than one of them had disgusting thoughts. Man 1, excuse me, but what is a beautiful lady like you doing here alone? Yumi, I'm waiting for my boyfriend, so please get out of my sight, she said with a serious look. Man 2, hey, calm down babe, we just wanted to chat for a while, you don't have to be so aggressive to try to grab her shoulder. But she would be pushed away with some roughness on Yumi's part. Yumi, I'm warning you all, out of my sight right now, I don't have time to deal with a bunch of idiots. Man 3, you know I'm tired, you're going to come with us by hook or by crook and take out a knife, followed by the others. At that point Yumi is held by the fourth man in the group. Man 4, we will enjoy every inch of your body so that with his hand he can touch one of Yumi's breasts, scaring her. Yumi, please let me go, stop touching me, she said it with tears. Man 1, look, he wants to cry, but don't worry, his face will change from sadness to pure pleasure soon. They were about to take off their underwear. Yumi, please Issei-kun, save me. Man 3, your boyfriend won't come to save you because he's probably scared, ha ha ha. When the guy is about to pull down his underwear, he feels someone grab his hand tightly, and then feels his feet leave the ground, and then feels a pain throughout his chest, and also like each of his ribs break and pierce each of his organs, and he falls unconscious to the ground. The other men are completely terrified as a 2.70-meter tall brown-haired man is staring at him with a look that only said death. Issei, you, pointing at the one who is holding Yumi by the back, you have 3 seconds to let go or else you will feel the worst pain in hell, with a voice void of feelings and a dead look. At that point the man released the girl and, very scared, ran away screaming, Mom, the demon is coming for me! But he didn't get far, as he was taken by the head and completely buried in the hard concrete pavement. Issei, next you two. Man 1, damn lead-eating monster taking out a gun and opening fire at the brown-haired boy who with a single finger deflected each of the bullets, and with the same finger covered the barrel, causing the gun to explode where the guy began to scream in pain from losing his hand due to the explosion. Man 4, damn, he takes this run to try to stab Issei with his knife, only to see how in slow motion the knife breaks against Issei's chest, scaring the man who was held by his face to be thrown forcefully against a tree, breaking his spine in the process, and falling unconscious from the pain. Subject 1. What do you want? You said it with fear. Issei. I am something worse than death. I am a dragon, and if you touch the things of a dragon you can burn to ashes. To take the guy by his hair and bring him close to his face, looking at him with a murderous look where the guy could swear he saw the figure of a monster, his eyes rolling back, and he fell unconscious. In that he throws the body into a garbage container, and begins to walk to where Yumi is, where she throws herself at him to begin to cry on her shoulder, but in that she feels him hug her, and gives her soft caresses on the back to lift her in a bridal way and begin to walk, and after so much crying she falls asleep on Issei's chest. Issei, rest my beautiful flower, you deserve it. Date with a Yandra Part 2. And Issei is seen lying on a tree while on his chest was a sleeping Yumi who seemed happy while sleeping on his chest, and an Issei who was playing with her long, silky golden hair. Issei, how long will you stay attached to my chest? Yumi, it's just that your heartbeat is very relaxing. To bury her face in his chest and have a silly smile, while smelling Issei's sweat, causing a perverted laugh, and with her hand she ran over his hard abs, increasing her perverted smile even more. Issei, hey, stop drooling on me, it's weird. Yumi, it's your fault that you have that delicious alpha male smell. It makes me want to grape you right here, not caring if everyone sees us in the act. Issei. Note. Me/everyone, damn, miss, what a treat you've got. Issei hugs Yumi and whispers, I'm sorry. Yumi, hey Issei, why are you sorry? Issei, I'm sorry because of me you almost got hurt. I know you're strong and everything, but I don't want to lose you. You're one of the many girls who is achieving the impossible. Yumi, and that's what she said, getting closer to him. Issei, you and them are managing to repair this broken heart that is because of them who broke it not once or twice but several times, and you remind me of her. To the only girl who loved me and wanted me, but fate snatched her from me, and after that I thought I would never be happy again until I met them. I believed that they would be able to fill that void in my heart, but how naive I was. You know what's funny is that I thought they were different, but I was wrong. They were just like everyone else. They just used me to fulfill their whims or desires. That's why when I discovered them doing it with my stupid brother, I understood that they never loved me, they just used me to get closer to him. Note, later I will make a caption of Issei's past with the Nakano. At that point tears begin to fall from her blue eyes. Issei. After that I was depressed, and more than once I tried to commit suicide, but something prevented me from doing so, a voice in my head that told me these words. Memory. And Issei is seen on the edge of a ravine ready to jump into the void, and his eyes only reflected the pain of a love betrayal. Issei, because after everything I did for you and this is how you repay me, it seems like I'll never be able to be happy. And as he was about to jump he heard a voice in his head. Voice, don't do it. Are you thinking you're going to take the easy way? Don't give up. There's still a lot to do. I looked everywhere but there was no one there. I felt like something was pulling me back and then I fell unconscious. Issei's mind. Issei, where am I? Voice, they are inside your mind. Issei, who are you? Why can't I see you? Voice, it's not time to meet yet, I'll just tell you these things, my dear, and never forget this phrase. Then a white flame appears on his forehead and says, Voice. Dear me. Stay strong. We still have a lot of things to fight for. Thousands of obstacles to overcome. Many mouths to silence. And a lot of potential to demonstrate. He said it in front of him to proceed to enter inside, being surrounded by a white aura, and where before there were brown eyes they became bright blue. End of memory. Issei. After that I changed my attitude, I was more serious and calculating, and after a while it happened again. I fell in love to be betrayed again, and at that moment that white aura manifested itself in me again, and there I knew what that voice wanted to tell me. At that moment I stopped acting like a fool and returned to that cold and calculating attitude until you and they managed to melt this cold and broken heart that is slowly being repaired thanks to you and the others. Touching Yumi's cheek, they slowly bring their faces closer, limiting the distance to end up sealing it with a warm kiss. Yumi mind, oh by Satan, at last I am reciprocated by my secret love Kaiya. After a few seconds they separate, and then kiss again, but this kiss was more lustful, where Issei began to run his hands over and touch every part of the blonde's body, causing some cute moans from her, making Issei's eyes look like those of a dragon, slanted and with an even more intense sapphire blue glow. Yumi, I see stop if you keep going like that But it didn't end, as she felt her lover's tongue playing with hers, making her let out a low moan. Issei, okay, I'll stop, but whispering in his ear. I will do this every day until you fall exhausted, and give yourself to me so I can bite the egg of her ear, making her let out another moan. After that little act of love they continued with their date, only now Issei released his aura to keep the other men away from his property, and a Yumi who was still blushing from her date's words. After going to a luxury restaurant where Issei paid for the food, preventing Yumi from paying, and then going to a fair where people upon seeing Issei already knew that they were lost, since thanks to some people they found out that the fair that is on the north side had to close since they did not have any prizes and they had more food, since a tall, brown-haired man of 2.70 swept everything away for the happiness of his daughter. And seeing the same guy there, they began to close all their businesses, and some that didn't make it in time suffered watching how he won in every game, in addition to devouring all the food he could. Then they went to a Ferris wheel where they could see the city illuminated by many lights, giving a nice touch to their date. Note: it was already night. Issei, Yumi, I have a gift for you. To take out a small case and from a magic circle another longer one, and extend your hands with the gifts. At that point, Yumi took the gifts, and when she opened the small box she was surprised by what it was. Yumi, Issei, this is what I said happily. Issei, I made this ring myself, and besides that it has a few tricks. Then he takes the ring, and extending his hand he delicately takes Yumi's hand and proceeds to put it on one of her fingers. Yumi, what makes it so special? Issei, I can't tell you, you'll have to discover all its functions, and if you put some of your power in, you can hide it. Then he proceeds to open the other gift, and was surprised by its contents. Yumi, Issei, this is what I think it is. He said it was stars in his eyes because of what was inside. Issei, you don't know how complicated it was to make this one. I had to travel the world to find the materials, and I think you will be more worthy of carrying it. Yumi, I promise to use it, and take care of it, to leave the sword inside the case and jump on Issei to give him a kiss and then let go. Issei, because the kiss was said with a smile? Yumi, for giving me the best date ever. Goodbye, Issei-kun. Issei, goodbye, my dear. And so ending their date, and each one taking a different path. Issei, I wonder what my daughter is doing with CJ. Nah, I'm sure she'll be fine. Meanwhile, at the Spartan's house, you can see a complete mess in the place. Lots of pizza boxes lying around and a few soft drinks. But you can see a light coming from the living room, where you can see a Rebe sitting on her black sofa, which was breathing. CJ, hey girl, what time is it? I said this, already tired of being in the same position. Rebe, silence, the sofas don't talk and don't distract me. I'm not about to finish with Sadler. CJ thinking, come on Issei, come back soon. I don't want to suffer this torment anymore. Chapter 19. After what happened the day before, CJ is seen in a bathtub with a lot of ice. CJ, damn, my entire beautiful, chocolatey Greek god body hurts. Issei, come on, stop complaining, you sound like a grumpy old man who hates Christmas. CJ, says the Japanese man with a Spartan physique who is constantly pursued by powerful women with a Yandere look. Issei, damn, it's true. CJ, and tell me, my dear friend, what we will do today, since remember that you still have vacations and a meeting with the Fax and the Nordic. Issei, if I don't remember, we'll go to my company first, and tomorrow we have to go with the Gremory to the train station to get to the underworld. CJ, And wouldn't it be easier if you used your power to make dimensional rifts and get there faster? Issei, you're right about something, but there's a small problem, and that is that I still don't fully master that power, since we could reach another world or travel to the past. Plus, doing that uses a lot of magic power and would leave I vulnerable to any attack. CJ, okay, wait for me to relax a little more and then I'll get dressed. Issei, nah, there's no hurry, just relax and I'll be downstairs finishing some things. CJ, be careful not to make a black hole by accident. Issei, do you think I'm capable of doing that? CJ, do you want me to remind you about last week's stupidity when you tried to steal a plane full of Irish coffee? Issei, in my defense, I was drunk and you were my accomplice and the one who insisted I do it. CJ, that doesn't justify your actions. Issei, you can criticize my ideas but not my results. To look out the window and see the yard where a huge cargo plane lay crashed on the ground and covered in some dirt and moss. CJ, I'm surprised that that thing is still there and they haven't found it. Issei, and I hope it stays that way because thanks to that thing I have unlimited coffee until I run out and decide to steal another one and crash it on top of the other one. CJ, sometimes I think that leaving you with Ryder was a bad idea when we were kids. Issei, but what are you saying, if he is a very good person? CJ, do you remember the last time what happened when you and Ryder got together to play a prank? Issei, it wasn't our fault. CJ, and who was to blame? Issei, you and your brother, Sweet, for not supervising us. CJ, damn, it's true. Issei, also, no one was hurt. CJ, maybe you're right about that, but that doesn't justify burning down an entire school with kerosene. Issei, I will never forget that beautiful day. To remember how the school exploded, and it took almost 2 years to rebuild it, and it was never known who were the ones who orchestrated such destruction. Issei, well, I'll leave you. I have to finish some things and let me know when you're done so we can go to the company. To open the door and close it and start to go down towards the room to go out to the patio and reach a fountain where you press a button making the fountain move to one side and an elevator comes out of a hole and you get inside to go down to basement 5. While going down you could see many things on each floor, but that is for another time. Upon reaching his destination a robotic voice speaks to him. Friday, good morning sir, how have you been? Issei, as always, a little stressed and a little bored. Friday, I understand you want to use the blacksmith shop today, sir. Issei, that's right, and on Friday put on some music since I'll be a bit busy. Friday, okay sir, playing AC/DC's Back in Black. Issei, well, let's get to work. And so he spent a good time doing everything his master Kratos told him and using some of the Hacker Yoku armor that he took, which were some fragments and other things. Issei, well, it seems that he is ready to take it with his hand and put it on his right forearm to activate it and reveal a shield with silver scales. Issei, I present to you the Divide Absorption 2.0 shield. Kratos, well done, I'm kind of proud of you, kid. Issei, thank you, master, but it is a shame that I do not have Asgardian material for the armor, the Chaos Swords and the Leviathan Axe. Kratos, calm down, don't rush. The most important thing for now is that you practice with it and become one with your shield, since it will always save you from any trouble you find yourself in. Issei, okay. To deactivate the shield that turned into a silver watch and leave his forge and use the elevator again, but not before saying goodbye to Friday, and when she was back on the surface she saw that it was already noon and decided to take a bath since she stank of Spartan mail. After a quiet bath with hot water he found himself dressed elegantly in a black suit, and next to him was a CJ in the same black suit as Issei. Issei, ready to see my company. CJ, more than clever, but what vehicle will we use? Issei, we will go through the air, my dear friend. Taking control of their clothes and pressing it so that the floor in front of them opens and reveals a luxury black helicopter. CJ, seriously, buddy, how much money do you have? Issei, if I told you, you would be in a coma for 6 months. And so they get into the helicopter, and where the one piloting was a robot. Chappie, nice to meet you, I'm Chappie, do you want to be my friend? CJ, Nice to meet you, Chappie, and of course I'll be your friend. Chappie, great, hey, Creator Chappie made a new friend. Issei, well done, Chappie, you are a good robot and don't ask any more questions later. I will explain everything in great detail, pointing at CJ. Chappie, where do you want to take you today, Creator? Issei, to the Redgrave Company. And so the helicopter cleared in the direction of the Redgrave Company. Chapter 20. Visit to the Redgrave Incorporation. You can see a helicopter flying through the clouds, and inside it you can see a brown-haired man, a black man, and a robot. But you can see an Issei looking out the window and singing a song softly. Issei. Dango 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 daikazoka. Dango 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 daikazoka. Yensha na yaki dango yasashiyan dango. Tsukashi yumamigachi na tsukimi dango. Osamashi rubber dango yatsukeo kushi dango. Mina mina awaseed hayakunin kazoku. Akachan dango wa itsamo shiaways no nakada. Tashiori dango wami o hosamaru. Nakayoshi dango ti o tsunaji uki na marui wa anai narayo. Maki o tsukuri dango bashi no yui minada warayo. Usagi emo sora de ti o fut midara dekayatsuki sama. Ureshii koto kanashii koto emo zenbu meramit. Nakayoshi dango ti o tsunaji uki na marui wa anai narayo. Maki o tsukuri dango bashi no yui minada warayo. Usagi emo sora de ti o fut midara dekayatsuki sama. Ureshii koto kanashii koto emo zenbu meramit. Dango 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 daikazoka. Dango 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 daikazoka. Dango 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 daikazoka. Dango 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 daikazoka. But it would be interrupted by Chappie. Chappie, sir, we are 10 minutes away from reaching the building. Issei, it's okay, you just continue with your thing, Chappie. CJ, and tell me, friend, why we are in the ocean since I don't see any buildings. Issei, simple as hidden from snoopers who want to steal my technology or ideas. Chappie, deactivating invisible field. By doing so he showed some huge platforms and on it a gigantic corporation. CJ, hey Issei, how long did it take you to do all this? Issei, it took me only 6 months, and thanks to the nanobots that my grandfather left the plans on how to mass produce them, I present to you the Redgraven facilities. CJ, 6 months, okay, wait like I in 6 months. Issei, you know what, when we're in the office I'll explain everything to you. CJ, and how many people live in this place? Issei, only 4 and the rest are robots. CJ, and can you know who they are? Issei, everything in its own time, my friend. For now you will only meet the teacher and the rest are scattered across the other platforms. Chappie, beginning descent to land on the platform and quickly lowers the robot to open the doors. Master, welcome back, we have been waiting for you. Professor Brown, oh hello my friend, how was the trip and who is our guest? Looking from head to toe at CJ. Issei, hello Professor Brown, how have you been today? And about our guest, he is an old friend of mine. Why don't you introduce yourself, brother? CJ, hello, nice to meet you Professor Brown, my name is Carlos Johnson, but you can call me CJ. Brown, nice to meet you CJ, and tell me what brings you here, sir. Issei, I just came to visit to see how the sales are, the statistics, the markets in different parts of the country, and a question, where is your grandson? I don't see him with you. Brown, he is testing the time machine and is about to arrive. Looking at his watch and a loud bang that caught everyone's attention to see how a modified car appears out of nowhere, and they see how the driver's door is opened. Martin, Grandpa Brown traveled to 1944 and stole this from Hitler, pulling out a gun and a Nazi flag, and best of all, they didn't discover me. Brown, Martin, by all the atoms, releases that now it is dangerous. Martin, don't worry, Grandpa, I checked the gun and it's not loaded. CJ, wow, that's a time machine. Brown, time traveler, you mean, if you can travel to the past, come back to the present and travel to the future. Issei, well, if you want, friend, you can walk around the place with Chappie and the teacher. I'll be in my office a bit busy. See you later. To take out his dragon wings and with a flutter of his wings shoot out like a bullet towards his office. CJ, and tell me what you do here for fun. Martin, if you want, I can show you around. And so each one decided to take turns showing the place to his master's/friend's/uncle's friend. Meanwhile, in the air you can see a very happy brown-haired boy as he felt the breeze on his face, and in the distance he could see his building and at the top of it his office, only to descend, and upon landing he puts away his wings and fixes up his suit a bit. Issei, well, it's time to work. For the doors to be opened by 2 robots, and at their side several more robots are there waiting for any order from their master. Issei, good morning everyone. Robots, good morning sir. Issei, good thing we have today on the agenda. Robot 1, sir, here are some papers from various companies that want to partner with you. Robot 2, today he has a meeting with the President of Russia, the United States and Japan, as well as an invitation to a party from the Princess of Malaysia. Issei, and the company reports and the income rate. Robot 2, it's on your desk, sir. Issei, okay, it looks like I have a lot to do to snap my fingers and point at one of the robots. Bring me a coffee and I want it in my office, understood? Robot 3, yes, sir. With your permission, I will go to the kitchen to prepare your coffee. Issei, today will be a long day. I hope CJ is having a good time. In another part of the city, CJ is still seen fleeing from a black-haired woman. CJ, I told you I was sorry, I didn't mean to. Shut up, you damn pervert, and stay still so I can freeze you and make you into mincemeat. CJ, okay, but before you unleash your anger on me, I want to do something first. Do it quickly and I'll freeze you and put you in my trophy room. CJ, would you like to see a Latin American style magic trick? Latin American style. CJ, if you look now you see me in ghost style. The guy came out to be a magician.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.